All right, good afternoon. I'm going to call to order the Board of Commissioners Committee of the Whole meeting for March 18th, 2025. Our first order of business, clerk, could you please call the roll?
Commissioner DeLue,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazur,
Here.
Commissioner Morales, Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Here. 8 present.
Thank you, clerk. Our next order of business is the opportunity for public comment. This is when anyone may address the board on any topic. If you'd like to address the board, please come to the podium, tell us your name and where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Your time is displayed. And once your 3 minutes are over, your time to speak is finished. This is an opportunity to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Welcome. Oh, thank you. Yeah, there's a little person. You press the button. There, you got it. Welcome.
Hello. Okay. Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners. My name is DJ Perry from Lansing. I work here in Kalamazoo, and I am the Public Policy Manager for Maternal and Child Health at YWCA Kalamazoo. And thank you for giving me this time to speak. On behalf of YWCA Kalamazoo, I would like to express our sincere appreciation and support for your thoughtful consideration and adoption of the proclamation honoring and recognizing Black Maternal Health Week. This proclamation makes a crucial milestone in our collective efforts to address the health disparities facing Black women in our Kalamazoo County. The partnership between YWCA Kalamazoo, the county, and our community allies is vital as we work together to combat the systemic inequities impacting maternal health. At YWCA Kalamazoo, we remain steadfast in our mission to eliminate racism, empower women, and promote peace, justice, freedom, and dignity for all. This proclamation aligns directly with this mission by calling attention to the need for racial equity in healthcare and the empowerment of Black women, issues that both exist at the core of our work. By recognizing Black Maternal Health Week, you are reinforcing the need for systemic change and advancing the shared goal of improving maternal health for Black women in our community. However, the real work lies ahead. While raising awareness is crucial, it is the partnership between the county, YWCA Kalamazoo, and the collaborative efforts with our community organizations that will drive real sustainable change. This partnership is critical in not only addressing the root causes to health disparities in mental and maternal health, but also ensuring that policies and practices are implemented with the intention of measurable progress. Together, we will continue to work towards expanding access to quality healthcare, advocating for policy reform, and supporting educational initiatives that empower Black women. We're grateful for the county's role in this transformative work and look forward to our ongoing partnership. Your leadership and commitment are invaluable as we move towards with zealous intent to create a future where all women, especially Black women, can receive the equitable and access to care that they need and deserve. Thank you once again for your dedication and for taking this essential step in improving maternal health outcomes for Black women in Kalamazoo County. And together we can and will achieve meaningful and sustainable change. Thank you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Welcome. Thank you. Good afternoon, commissioners. My name is Adrienne Zaya. I'm the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy for YWCA Kalamazoo. It's a pleasure to come before you all again today, and I will keep my comments brief as my colleague DJ outlined our thanks as well for consideration of the proclamation declaring the week of April 11th through the 17th as Black Maternal Health Week in Kalamazoo County. Black Maternal Health Week is a week of awareness, activism, and community building aimed at amplifying the voices of Black mothers. It's an opportunity to center the values and frameworks of the reproductive justice and birth justice movements in all aspects of maternal care and support. Black mothers have always played a critical role as guides in families, communities, and movements for change. As the gaps in maternal and birth outcomes widen and the future remains unknown for programs and services supporting mothers and families, it's ever more important to bring visibility to Black-led maternal health initiatives and work that advances the health and wellness of Black women and birthing people. This proclamation is just one step, one commitment to that work moving forward. YWCA Kalamazoo and many of its partners provide critical support for Black mothers and families through home visitation programming, participation in the Cradle Kalamazoo Collaborative, providing reproductive health care at all stages of pregnancy and beyond, financial and economic opportunities, supports, advocacy, and so much more. We're really grateful for our partners, including Kalamazoo County, for supporting efforts to raise awareness like this proclamation before you in the evening meeting. As always, YWCA Kalamazoo looks forward to our continued partnership with you all. And thanks to the Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners for your consideration of this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else wishing to come forward for public comment? Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Susan Rosas with YWCA Kalamazoo. YWCA Kalamazoo conducted dozens of interviews earlier this month to better understand how Kalamazoo's pregnant and parenting people and survivors of violence are faring in this charged political climate. 8 in 10 Black, Latine, and or queer respondents reported they don't know who to trust anymore, compared to 2 in 10 in 2024. The proclamation presented to you today is a government acknowledgement of the inherent value of Black birthing people, people who have been historically oppressed and minoritized. This is a moment in our history when government acts of solidarity are profoundly powerful and so very important for the well-being of this community. At YWCA, we honor the dignity and the unique needs of marginalized families, and this proclamation is an invitation to the county to share in this moment of joy, awareness, and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to come forward? Right, seeing none. Dina, do we have anyone online?
There are no hands raised.
Thank you so much. We will end public comment. We'll move forward to item 3, which is review of accounts payable and payroll disbursements with Finance Director Ryan Post. Welcome, Director.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Board of Commissioners. We have an accounts payable claims list totaling $3,753,829.19 is presented for review. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners is asked to approve claims totaling $3,052,882.54. Payroll disbursements totaling $4,222,342.56 are presented for the March 14th elected and general payrolls. With that being said, we welcome any questions from the Board of Commissioners.
Seeing none. Thank you so much, Director Post.
Thank you.
All right. All right, let's go to our item 5. So other items, we're going to have some presentations this afternoon. So our first is gun violence, ARPA funded community information exchange. Oh, I'm so sorry. Look at me just forget you while you're standing right there. Yes, that's the monthly investment report from Deputy Treasurer Tyler White. Thank you so much. Welcome.
Thank you, Chair. I promise I'll keep it brief this time. So because we've got a lot on the docket, I'm going to give the highlights of the investment activity. If you've got any questions, please stop me, let me know. I can dig into more detail. For the month of February, the portfolio has a par balance of $174,324,963.52 and a market value of $173,465.74. Note that for February, our earnings were $574,925.50 with a 4.39% effective rate of return. For the year, we've earned $1,188,873.65 with a 4.36% rate of return. In both cases, we've exceeded inflation. For February, the 12-month inflation was 2.8%. Our February return of 4.39% exceeds that, and we had a yield of 1.59%, a gain in our purchasing power during the month. If there are no questions there, I'll let y'all get on to the next things.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes, thank you. Thank you. I think I know the answer to this, but I want to hear it coming from your lips. We are not on a October 1 through September 30th calendar or fiscal year. We're on a calendar year, right? Okay, thank you.
Good. Thank you so much, Deputy Treasurer. Have a good evening. Thank you. Good work. Okay, now that'll bring us, we'll move to the Gun Violence ARPA-funded Community Information Exchange, the CIE program. It's in partnership with Griffin Place. We'll welcome Tia Whitley, VP of Community and Partner Engagement from Griffin Place. There you go. You got
Testing.
it. That's it.
Okay,
Welcome. Thank you.
all right. So I think my team thought that they were not going to come up here today and that it was going to be me by myself. Psych. So hello, we can slip to the next slide. Is there a clicker?
Just the next slide, Nadine.
Okay. So hello, I am Tia Whitley, the VP of Community and Partner Engagement with Griffin Place. And up with me, I have Ashley Burgeon, who is the Director of Partner Engagement, as well as Danetta Julian, who manages the Community Information Exchange Program. So what is the community and what is the CIE, which is the acronym for Community Information Exchange?
So community information exchange is a formal approach to developing, implementing, and sustaining a shared ecosystem for improving the overall quality of life for community, the effective use of limited social services and resources, and collaboration among social service agencies. To put it simply, and take out the jargon, it's really a way to help connect people directly with the resources that they need by providing an information system that houses resources and directly connects them with those agencies. So the system that we currently have allows for people to get information about resources, and then they have to connect themselves with those resources. What Community Information Exchange does is provides the information to an agency that says this person is in need of resources. That agency then is able to reach out directly to that person and provide them that warm handoff, and then communicate back to the CIE system that that need has been met or that there is a gap that we need to continue to address.
I know some people might be thinking, next slide, please. This kind of sounds like the 211 database. It is not the 211 database because it does provide this warm transfer, this warm handoff. It also allows agencies to talk between each other. Now, we know that there are times where there are instances where there can be a bit of double dipping, or there are barriers to attaining access if someone is working, or if there is an issue with transportation. The CIE program allows them to come to an organization, and then all the organizations get to communicate with each other. Our 211 database is an individual who is contacting 211 over the phone, and then they're given a list of resources, and then the person has to go connect with them, on their own. This eliminates that. It gives our clients an opportunity to come to a place, see someone in person, and then that person helps them to navigate the systems and resources that are available in the community, so that they're not doing it on their own, as well as them getting an opportunity to work hand in hand with another individual, which is the navigator, and then that navigator helps connect them to other community organizations. So why now? Why do we need a community information exchange system? To put it clearly, it is a product of social determinants of health, knowing that there are many resources that people and individuals in our community are in need of. And so instead of having those individuals go from A to Z, you have a database or a program or individual that knows, well, we do have A to Z, but you only qualify for A through D. So let me help connect you to those resources, and then ensure and following up with the person to see if those resources are met. If they are not, there's opportunity for us to look to other avenues in the community or use some additional funding to be able to support that person with the need that they may have. Why now? As you can see on the slide, the MDHHS statewide task force established a need for a system like 211 in August of 2022. This is not a new program. This CIE program is actually developed in San Diego. And then during what they saw as a success, again, being able to walk hand in hand with an individual and connecting them to resources, seemingly not just from what the person is verbally stating to them, like I need help with, let's say, for example, an electric, shut off, but in conversation and continuing to engage with that individual, they also can notice that, oh, you have little children, you also might need diapers or childcare support or assistance or transportation assistance. So allows for this continuous dialogue so that the navigators can connect the individual to resources and supports that they need in the community. It's also seen as a need that aligns with the Kalamazoo Blueprint for Peace as well, as during in the blueprint, it talks a lot about resource connections, and CIE will provide that resource connection. I like to say CIE is taking 211 to the next level. So CIE is a community-led program. It's intended to recognize and address the needs within the community. This is not something that Griffin Place has decided, oh, we are going to do this, on our own. It's what Griffin Place thinks needs to happen for our community. It was done and created with community for the community. So it is actually part of the Blueprint for Peace's committee, their coordinating council. It is a work group within the coordinating council where multiple organizations talk together about what is the need for CIE in our community and what should it look like in our community as well.
So this is really a program that we have started with grassroots organizations. So it uses people in our community as the basis for that movement. And it creates this collective action, and it allows us to really dive into what are the local needs and then be able to advocate and look for other agencies that are providing those resources. So next slide. So 4 key components of the community information exchange are governance, having data sharing, privacy, consent, oversight, looking at sustainability and service agreements. So any agency that enters into the CIE is part of the governing body, and the governing body determines how the CIE is going to operate. There are going to be multiple levels of involvement in CIE. So some agencies may only make referrals into CIE. Other agencies may make and receive referrals, and some agencies may share data in a very specific way. So the way that we would partner with the YWCA and the way we're in talks with the YWCA is that there are certain things that they would not be able to communicate back to us on a disaggregated data level. So they wouldn't be able to say that this person who has been referred in has received services. However, they'd be able to give us aggregate data that says X number of people that you have referred have received services. That's to protect the person's identity, to protect their data and their information. CIE creates a shared language. What is it that we are looking for in success, in objectives, in risk factors? It creates a process in how those referrals are made and addressed. And then is also a shared resource directory, as we've talked about. Next slide. So the CIE model is already happening in the state of Michigan, and these are just some of the examples that are happening with CIE. So My Michigan Health through University of Michigan, My Hope Portal, Connect for Care Kids, and Michigan 211 is also partnering to help build CIE networks throughout the state. Next slide. So technology, I guess I'll take this one, right? So the CIE technology is a really fantastic thing. It is like building multiple different fixtures in your home with the same plumbing. So this is where it's really important to understand how this is different from 211. Although there is a partnership with 211 and helping to utilize some of the 211 database, CIE is a separate database that is with these specific referring partners. That database then houses all of those resources and the information about who has been connected to what, where, how often, and what services. And then what that database does is once a referral comes into the CIE technology, that goes to our navigators, and our navigators then are able to use the CIE technology to farm those referrals out to those agencies that provide the service that that person needs. Once that service has been met, then that agency through that CIE technology communicates back to us that that need has been met or that that need has not been met. And then our navigators know what are the next steps. So if the need hasn't been met, now what the navigator needs to do is search out for resources in the community that can meet that specific need. So CIE houses all of that data information, can tell us how many people have been served, what the needs are, what needs have been met, what needs are yet to be unmet, and then break it down by demographic data as well. Next slide.
Before you go on to the next slide, I want to kind of give an example of how the CIE has been able to support a recent client who had a youth come through one of our other programs called Justice Lifted. And Justice Lifted is an arrest diversion program that provides an exit ramp from unsafe behaviors in the community into looking at more positive youth development programs that are available to youth in the community. But we don't just work with the youth. The adults in that home are connected into the CIE program. And so we have had some families that are like, no, thank you. I don't need any help. But in still connecting with their youth and still having these conversations with the families, we do have a success story that Danetta is going to tell you about.
Well, thank you, Tia. As Tia alluded, through the Justice Lifted program, there was a student that was being serviced. The mother actually had not earned her high school diploma, and in working with the CIE navigator, and after some back and forth, after she eventually warmed up, she had confessed, no, I don't have my degree. And as of today, she signed up to receive her GED. She is registered for classes. So that is our success story. So we have always said, instead of just working with that student, we want to heal the whole house. So that's what CIE is all about, the community information exchange. It's not just for lifting up the youth and that exit ramp for the student, but it's for the entire home, for the entire community.
And so I know you've heard a lot about CIE being able to connect to direct services for, the health services, for food insecurities, emergency assistance. But I wanted to share an example that this was an educational ramp for someone to take. This parent who really, really wanted to get her GED and was very emotional and crying, that someone walked with her through the process, didn't just say, here, this is what organization provides it, helped her to make the phone calls, helped her to make the connections, was with her hand in hand through that process, through the completion of the application for there to be, a start date. So we all were screaming and hollering, in the office today, just really excited that CIE, even as it is on the ground getting started, we already had a much higher success than we had expected to connect an adult to an educational resource so that they too can be successful for their children. Is this the next slide?
Yeah, but I think we've kind of already covered most of this.
Okay. So with the service agencies, as Ashley alluded to earlier, these are the agencies who are going to be connected into the program, who are going to provide service to the individual. So there are 3 levels of partnership, service agency being one of them. These organizations are agreeing to As we help people through CIE, we're going to inform you that they were able to get service or not, so that they can be connected to an additional resource. We also talked about already previously, the other way to partner with CIE is being a part of that advisory committee. And those are the people who hold the governance. What does CIE look like? Looking at, the data for CIE, seeing where the gaps are, in community where we need gaps filled to help individuals and connect them to services. And the other one is, next slide, please. Being a referral partner. So not connected in service, but wanting to connect people into the CIE program. An example for that is individuals that are in the community doing street outreach, performing the role as a public health worker. They are referring individuals into CIE for resources and connections as they are responding to incidents that are happening within the community. They are then connecting their clientele that they are meeting out in the street, not in buildings, people that they are connecting to, and connecting them into the CIE program so that those individuals can get resources and supports as well. So that's just one example of people who are referring into the program. We talked about our Justice Lifted program, who's referring into the program as well. And we're consistently making new partnerships like with the YW to refer into CIE. And we also have community organizations that have agreed and partner with us to have a CIE navigator in their facility to be able to see the people that they serve. The YMCA is one of them organizations, as well as the Douglas Community Association will have a navigator as well. So with that, we've talked a lot. We are free to take any questions and provide answers.
Thank you so much for your presentation, Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you. You indicated back earlier that you are able to track and you're able to provide data, whatever, whichever it is, on how many people you've had contact with and how you've served them, et cetera. So you're able to provide that kind of feedback to groups like ours.
Yes.
Kind of like to know
yes.
that, that what we're reaching out and how we're doing on things. Is that possible to get that kind of information?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is also about the data. The organizations or the community health workers that you refer to who have access to the referral form, will their organizations also have access to the data, or does Griffin Place own the data?
Griffin Place, because of our governance structure, Griffin Place does not own the data. We're able to share that collectively. Okay. And so even those individuals who are doing the public health work, there are some that are part of the coordinating council as well. So they will be able to have that information.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. First, a comment. I haven't seen Ashley in a long time. And maybe it's a different Ashley, but
same one,
as I recall,
yes,
an Ohio State Ashley.
Yes, go Bucks.
Oh, let's not do that.
Boy, did the Griffin Place folks know that? The question I have, I guess I'm looking at the agenda and thinking, okay, where does gun violence tip in? I didn't hear the word gun or violence mentioned at all. It's all CEA navigation and that sort of thing. Did I miss something, or did you guys mislabel that on the agenda?
No, I think, they gave an example of a program they're using to redirect a youth that was involved with the justice system, likely related to gun violence, and redirect them into youth development activities. So it's sort of a proactive approach with one of the partner agencies, but you ladies want to speak further to that?
They're looking at me, so I got it. So the Blueprint for Peace, which is a gun violence initiative, which was to help address gun violence in our community. So to create strategies, action steps, and goals. So a part of those action steps labeled within the blueprint was to have a coordination of services. And so that's what the CIE program is able to, provide. Additionally, those individuals who do street outreach, who are considered public health workers, those individuals are responding to incidents of not just gun violence, physical violence, verbal violence, just community violence as a whole. Those individuals are our referral partners, and they are able to tap into this system as well to get people the help for services that they need proactively or reactively.
Yeah, I guess, excuse me, I didn't follow you as you made the presentation to get to that point. Thank you for better informing me. Now it's my fault, not yours. But the money that we stuck as a county into a program to alleviate gun violence, I would hope that at some point in the not too distant future, we're going to be able to say violence is down by this much, either by the count, by the local police organizations, or that the percentage is down. And I'm not seeing any likelihood that that's going to come out of this program. And yet the money is there. You guys are spending it. But, I want to see the taxpayers get some kind of payback for it.
Yeah. So what we also know is that gun violence just doesn't come out of nowhere, right? There are reasons behind, right? There are different resources that individuals can be connected to, and that's our way of trying to curb the gun violence. If we can get in front of it, or as a response to deter additional gun violence. Now, to my understanding, Griffin Place has not received any gun violence funds. We would like to be a part of the work to curb the gun violence that's happening in our community. I think it's a goal of all of ours to not just decrease, but to eliminate not just gun violence, but all the violence that is happening in the community. Now, we know that's a pie in the sky, but I like to dream big, right? And so the hope is that having this program gives us an opportunity to work alongside not just Griffin Place, but the multiple community organizations who are in alignment with that same vision, with that same goal to decrease, ultimately eliminate the gun violence that's happening in our community.
I guess I have a question then for our leadership. Where did the money go to address gun violence if Griffin Place didn't get any of it? Where is it?
Yeah, this is not all the $500,000 that we collaborated with the city isn't this program. So there's a number of community-based organizations that received awards through that collaboration. And I don't know, Administrator Ketlin, on the fly is difficult, but perhaps you can share back to the board a list of the agencies that are involved in that collaboration between city and county government. We have received some data about improvements in overall community violence.
Was United Way involved in this, or am I confused?
Yeah.
Okay, all I know is that there's a bunch of money that's gone somewhere to address gun violence, and I'm not sure I see this as anything that's spot on addressing gun violence.
Yeah, the community information exchange, they continue to lift up sort of the Blueprint for Peace, and that is a public health approach to addressing gun violence. So we can tackle gun violence directly through programming, but we also have to look at the environment around community violence and what are the factors that increase the likelihood that violence occurs. So that is from education, economic opportunity, poverty, healthcare, lived environment, a whole spectrum around people. And so this is one of the avenues where you kind of take that ecosystem and get it talking to each other so that we can support people so they don't fall into despair and into violence. Commissioner Morales and then Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. So yes, you explained that well. I think coming from a low socioeconomic status, I think of Freeway, and you're probably not aware of this rapper, but he was like, when his stomach start growling and he grabs his heat to go get some food. And so if someone's stomach is growling, but they don't have that resource, violence is probably the answer, whether it's rob, killing, or stealing. And they're saying that, hey, you have this issue, you haven't seen a doctor, you need your teeth clean, you're mad because your mouth hurt, you're mad because your stomach hurt. Here are some resources that we can connect you to eliminate that. And this is just one of the models that's happening in Kalamazoo County. Kalamazoo Valley is taking this approach with our students to help eliminate housing insecurities, food insecurities, by designing a hub of resources from mental health care to regular health care to food banks coming in. So no, they're not saying, hey, I'm a part of this gun violence funding that we got before, but this is an entity where now I know as an educator, I can send a student to them. And it's when we get students, we just give them a phone number to call where they're saying, here's the phone number and the person to make sure you get connected directly so that you're not lost in the sauce and we lose that connection. So I do appreciate the checks and balances with that to let you know that there's a system that's going to alert to say Monteith wasn't served. Correct. That's correct. Thank you.
Commissioner Ray.
So I think their comments just kind of cover what I was going to say, but I will add, Commissioner Gissler, when we put the funding out, we receive quarterly reports. I can forward mine to you if you didn't see those. And then also just want to share my blueprint for peace with you. And you can kind of see how this directly aligns with some of the different strategies that the community came up with to address the gun violence in the community. So I'll pass this down.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. Vice Chair Taylor.
Just really quick, I think Commissioner Ray kind of touched on it. It's associated, but I think Commissioner Gissler, your question, if anything, I think maybe the label on this as far as gun violence ARPA as the heading of it, and then with the underneath on our civic clerk, I think that's probably what got.
Presentation from
Yeah.
Demand Action.
Yeah, that's not that's not what they're doing. But I appreciate your hard work and appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you. Yeah. Commissioner Ray.
I'm sorry, that's it. It's probably labeled that because we're requesting utilizing the remaining gun violence ARPA funds for the CIE. So that's probably why it's labeled that.
Thank you for clarifying. So I also have just additional question about what does it look like for the individual? So one of the important components of the CIE is that data governance, because a lot of times we have many social service organizations, as you well know, serving the same families. And a family has to go in and tell their same story, their demographic, their financial information over and over and over. And not only is that just, stressful, but it's time consuming, and that's a difficulty and a barrier for people.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so, the CIE navigator would be there to sort of help them through that process. But that data governance is a really big piece of knocking some of those barriers out. So I'm wondering, in the governing council, how many participating organizations do we have at the table willing to share that data? And how would I know if I want to connect with services through the CIE, where do I go? Is there a wrong door to walk in? Where's the place I go to meet the people I need to connect to me?
So let us first tell you where an individual can go, and that is Griffin Place's new office, which is located at 505 Park Street. A lot of people know it as the old KPEP building right behind Walnut and Park. And so that is the building that we are housing all of our in-person services, which includes CIE. So for access, walk through the door and there's a connection. There's also a connection into CIE through a referral. And so we've listed a few ways that a person can be referred in if they're part of current Griffin Place programs. The 211 database of workers that we have, there's going to be a questionnaire that gets asked to callers. And if there has a need of, they're impacted by gun violence or community violence, they're automatically going to be connected into the CIE program. We've also listed organizations like the YMCA, the YW, or the Douglas, where we'll have a navigator actually at that location. And so if there's a need, there'll be someone, already there. So we're not not even just trying to stay within our doors. We're also trying to get out in community where organizations are serving the underserved populations so that they can have access into this program. Am I missing anything?
And then for the governance structure, we have been working through the Blueprint for Peace with Bronson, Prevention Works, Hope Through Navigation, several grassroots organizations to help build this. And so those levels of partnership within the governance will determine kind of that data sharing and what that looks like. And it'll be different for every organization. So the conversations we're having with the YW are the information that will be shared to and with other organizations from them will be much more limited than some other organizations. So it'll be tailored to the specific organization's needs and that data sharing agreement.
Thank you. Vice Chair.
Really quick, the balance is the 200,000 that's probably for Administrator Catlin. The balance is 200,000 in the ARPA money. Would the city need to approve this as well since they went in with us?
Good, Administrator.
So yes, to answer your question, Vice Chair, no, this is ARPA funding from just the county. So 200,000 from the county. The city put in $1 million of their own ARPA funding. We put in $1 million of our ARPA funding. And then just quickly to answer the question about the other organizations supported. So we supported Urban Alliance. Reminder to the board that we had grant making through the United Way. So we supported United Way to administer the grant making, supported Urban Alliance, Hope Through Navigation, and then Isaac for various gun violence programs. So this is a separate program from that.
Sorry, I appreciate that. So the $1 million from the city and the $1 million from us was not commingled. They were just separate millions of dollars, and we were kind of in collaboration with each other. I thought that for some reason that the $1 million was put into one pot of money and then they went out and they did the thing. No, it's just two separate $1 million grants to check. Okay, thank you.
Just both committed to the same purpose and around that Blueprint for Peace structure. Any other questions? All right, ladies, we appreciate your time, the presentation, and your work. Thank you very much for answering our questions. We appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for having us.
And thank you, Administrator, as well. So next, we have a presentation on the West Kale Avenue landfill, the groundwater restriction zone, or GRZ, an update presentation from Environmental Health Division Manager Lucas Poles.
Hi, good afternoon,
Lucas.
Commissioners.
Welcome.
Good afternoon, Administrator. Hope everyone's doing good today. I was in the building all morning, went outside. It's so nice outside. So it is really nice. So what I want to do is just give a brief update for the West Kale Avenue landfill groundwater restricted zone, a little bit about what that is and where we're going with it. And then as you'll see in your board packet for this evening, there's a vote for the public hearing. So Dina, next slide, please. So a little bit about what a groundwater restricted zone is, and a lot of this comes right from our sanitary code, but what we're really trying to do is protect the public. That's what environmental health is really focused on. So when we talk about protecting the public, protecting what they consume, and when we get into groundwater, and so protecting groundwater, protecting people that could potentially drink groundwater, whether they're in a place that has contamination or they're in a vicinity that could have contamination, we want to protect them. And then establishing a groundwater restricted zone really can help with that in public health and safety. And that really prevents people from being allowed to have a water well that they could potentially consume that water. So if you can go to the next slide, please. A little bit of history here. The West Kale Avenue landfill is not the only groundwater restricted zone we have in the county. There are 3 others. Burroughs, Goodwill, and Pneumo Abex. Those are all in more of the industrialized areas of the city of Kalamazoo. The West Kale Avenue landfill is in Oshmo Township, so off to the west. And I'll have a map showing that in a minute. But a little bit of history. This is a 87-acre landfill. 65 of those acres are capped. It last received waste in 1979, so 45 years ago. In 2015, the Board of Commissioners approved
the Kale landfill groundwater restricted zone. I'm sure a couple of you may have been on that board at that time. And that was approved. And they're really the compound of concern for this landfill. There's been a number of compounds, but the main one that's still hanging out there is 1,4-dioxane. Really, it's a stabilizer for chlorinated solvents. A couple other things with that, it can be unintended trace contaminant for other chemicals when we talk about shampoos and detergents. Also, EPA has listed it as likely carcinogenic. So we want to be really careful with this compound. We don't want people to consume it. If we go to the next slide. So this is a map of the area. So if you look over to the far east, I don't have a pointer, but the southeast there at the right-hand corner is outlined in yellow. That's the landfill. And groundwater flow is really moving west, northwest. And that blue area is the current restricted zone. It covers about 400 properties. And then the green is what's the proposed expansion, and I'll get into why in a minute. And the purple is Van Buren County, because as we know, contaminants do not know county or any other parcel lines, wish they did, but Van Buren has already dealt with this on their side of things as well. And then just a little bit about the area, you'll see down to the south is labeled West KL, and then you have West Main. Big Rock Drive is important just because municipal water got placed there this last year. So just kind of giving the area of where this is. So next slide. So why the need for the expansion? So I remember sitting here in 2015 and in these rows here when this was being voted on, and the 1,4-dioxane level was 85 parts per billion. While the year later, it went to 7.2 parts per billion. So what was considered on the safer side of things now could be more extreme. So for instance, if someone had 16 parts per billion in their water supply in 2015, that was considered on a lower scale. And then we hit 7.2 in 2016. Now they're double the maximum contaminant level. So thus the need to expand out. As well, the federal record of decision for this Superfund site is that we have to have a groundwater restricted zone as well as a 1,000-foot buffer. So some requirements there. Next slide, please. So in preparation, what has the KLA group done for this? And I think I missed it in my first slide. The KLA group is Ashmo Township, City of Kalamazoo, County of Kalamazoo, as well as Upjohn, which is now Pfizer. The KLA group has offered municipal water to the homes that are in the expanded area. There's 109 properties affected. Right now, 83% of those have already connected to municipal water. This has been available for a couple of years now. The connections are free, provided through the KLA group. City water was installed on Big Rock Drive. So that was important to this expansion. Human health risk, when we talk about Ridgeview Golf Course, that is an area that to take away their irrigation water is very detrimental to a golf course and very, very costly if you're going to hook them to city water and try to irrigate an entire golf course. So what they did was they did a study on the groundwater that's there, the irrigation water that's coming up, looking at the health aspects of it, as people aren't meant to drink it. But we do have workers that are walking through there. We have workers that are using it to wash golf carts. And through that, they really said there are really no risks for a worker in that type of activity. So that was important to confirm as well. That golf course has city water supplied for its potable source. There is a small area along Van Cal. There's 3 homes, 3 properties that do not have municipal water available. It's just not feasible. In talking with the city of Kalamazoo, even if they did put municipal water down there, there isn't really enough use to get good. It'll become just more stagnant water. So we want to provide good water. So the best source here was groundwater in an aquifer that's clean. So, and that is available here. So should wells be needed, replacement wells would be in place in a clean aquifer. EPA provided a letter of support for this expansion back in October of 2023. And Commissioner Strebs and Hepler are on our Environmental Health Advisory Council, and they help support that expansion as well through the Environmental Health Advisory Council, giving their support. And that happened in December of 2023. Next slide, please. So some additional steps covered. When we talk about the sanitary code, there are a litany of steps that need to be covered to get to this point. A few things here is the KLA group, first of all, had to provide a request to apply. So that was approved by the Board of Commissioners at that time in January of 2024. And voting happened, voting happened in February. The application was formally submitted. So we had the request, and we had to formally submit the application. That happened in March of 2024. The application was reviewed by Corporation Counsel as well as Environmental Health. That happened between April and June of last year. And then we also have to have a third party review it as well to make sure it's complete, make sure it's accurate. So there's a process for that, and a third party was approved and picked out, and they reviewed it. So that takes a while to review as well. During this time, a sample result came up on the northern boundary of the groundwater restricted zone that was a little out of place. It was within the zone, the expanded part of the zone, but it was a little higher, little north than what was thought. So with that, the groundwater restriction zone, the expansion was moved up a little bit. So to put it in your minds, there was 3 properties that the expanded zone was about a quarter up into the properties. These are really long, deep properties. And so basically they just expanded that zone to the end of the property. So it didn't affect any additional properties, but just encompassed that entire property. And then lastly on here, there was formal feedback provided by the consultant saying that the application was complete and accurate. So that was the most recent November. Next slide, please. So some next steps of why we're here. So we have a presentation. This is what the point of this today is, to provide an update for you. The hope is that you will approve the public hearing notice for May 7 is the proposed date. The applicant will then send out public hearing notices, and those are all ready to go. So everything's ready to go for that. And then the public hearing will happen. After that, what typically happens is there's a written response by the KLA group providing any response to questions or concerns that were brought up during that public hearing. The KLA group will then present at the committee of the whole that's planned for June 3 if everything works out. And then we would have the Board of Commissioners vote on June 17. So once again, this is currently a groundwater restricted zone covering 400 properties. Really, due to the lowering of the level for 1,4-dioxane, we needed to expand this area out to include additional 109 properties. There are municipal water available. That is a requirement of the sanitary code that you have to provide something instead of just contaminated groundwater. So that's either municipal water if it's available, which it is to the majority of these properties, or a couple that we have a clean aquifer to go into. So any questions? And I do have attorney Dan DeWitt. He's with the KLA group here if he has any additional comments. So
Thank you. Vice Chair Taylor.
Really quick, does this chemical that they're measuring or testing, does it have a half-life, or is it disintegrating?
Yeah, so this whole process is natural attenuation. So just naturally breaking down. PFAS, on the other hand, doesn't break down very easily. This does break down. I don't know the length of time. I'd have to look at some of the research. I don't know if Dan, if you know offhand, but
it's fairly persistent. It will break down over time, but it's one of the hangers on that we have a lot of contaminants otherwise have disappeared by this time. But this one is sticking around a little bit longer.
And it's sunlight. Oh, sorry.
Can you just share those comments? Sorry, can you share those comments shared so
oh, sure. Yeah.
Online can hear that?
Yeah. So what Mr. DeWitt was saying is there has been other contaminants like benzene and things like that have broken down quicker. 1,4-dioxane does hang around a little while longer. It does break down, but it does just take longer. And you mentioned sunlight; it tends to break down longer or break down quicker in sunlight. So.
And that leads me into my second question: has there been any movement, I guess, from Chicago or the EPA on changing the requirements or the structure that we have currently with the cover of the Kale landfill? Basically, has there been any changes that we're going to need to pump?
That's reassessed every 5 years by EPA, and that assessment is under review at EPA right now. We're always talking about what's the best thing to do at the site, always thinking about options. Unfortunately, in this case, a different treatment option like a pump and treat system or something like that would be an incredibly large system and massively expensive. And so
it's our position right now that we're not going to move into that alternative, but we're always thinking about it and always assessing our options.
Certainly, if it ever gets close to that point, a pump and treat system would just put so much carbon back into the atmosphere, not to mention the costs associated with it. Plus, it would bankrupt townships and county and city governments. But if there's any sort of movement on that, please inform us as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Certainly will.
Commissioner DeLu and then Commissioner Gisler.
I guess I'm looking for your professional opinion. You have a public hearing. Would there be opposition? And if there was, what would be a reason for opposition to this?
We'll look at each other. There would likely be some opposition. Usually it's just people that like their well water and they would rather have well water than municipal water. We found though that most people are generally in favor. Most people just want this to be dealt with responsibly in some way, and that's what we're doing. If someone complains, it's usually because they like their well water, and they want to water their lawn with that. Yeah. But that's not a safe alternative in most cases, though.
That's exactly it. And I remember the last public hearing, that was the main point that people made of, I want to use my well water. Out of the 400 properties, we've had a couple that have hung around and said, just really fought back. But out of 400 properties, it's a pretty low percentage, and we're dealing with them as needed. So right now, I think we have one property that we're still working with, but for the most part, people, like I said, 83% have already connected in preparation for this. So, yep.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, when the EPA drastically reduced the allowable amount of this agent, was that, you just trust the EPA is doing this right, or do you do any work on your own to confirm that?
So this was a state requirement. So
it was state EPA or not EPA? EPA was federal.
Well, in this case, it was actually both a little bit.
Yeah, usually it starts with EPA and then it kind of moves into the state realm. But
yeah, if my memory serves, they changed what's called the cancer slope factor for 1,4-dioxane, and that was a result of certain studies, newer studies that came out that EPA looked at. They're constantly reassessing the toxicity of all the different chemicals that are out there. EPA decided that lowering that cancer slope factor and then the criteria was the right thing to do. We don't necessarily agree with that completely, but it is what it is, and it becomes law in the state, and we're just following the law.
Yeah. Thank you, Chair.
Director Pauls, just the 3 homes on Van Cal. So we're going through a schedule of routinely testing their well water. What's the schedule looking like? And we just want to make sure.
What is that schedule? We see there's so many reports that come through. So
it's at least every year. Every well gets sampled at least once a year. Some wells are sampled twice a year. If a well has an interesting result, let's say we find 1,4-dioxane, we usually resample it in a couple of months just to confirm whether or not that sample is true or not.
Yeah. And with those particular homes identified, there is a aquifer lower down that you would be able to.
And to put it kind of in context, Chadsford Way is a subdivision within the current restricted zone that has water wells allowed in it. They are actually above. They have an aquifer above the contamination. So this is not unheard of for this area. I believe we're looking at below.
I don't remember.
I don't remember it's above or below. I think it's below, but
it's either above or below. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Thank you very much. Any other questions? Right. Thank you very much. Appreciate your effort. Right. Next, we're going to move to a presentation from Pavilion Investors LLC, a brownfield plan presentation from Brownfield Redevelopment Administrator Macy Rose Walters. Welcome.
Hello, thanks for having me. I'll go ahead and stall here for a couple seconds for Dina to be able to get our slides pulled up here. All
right, thank you. Again, I'm Macy Rose Walters, the Brownfield Redevelopment Administrator for the Kalamazoo County Brownfield Redevelopment Authority. I have a team of colleagues here with me as well, and I'll introduce them at the end in case there are any questions that you have for me or the team when we get to the end of this. So the Brownfield plan up for discussion today is 2 different parcels. If you take a look at that screen there, the left parcel is the northern parcel of the property, and the right parcel is going to be the southern area of the housing development that we'll be discussing today. If you go ahead and go to the next slide there for me, Dina. Thank you. Okay, so just an overview here. As a reminder, the Brownfield legislation now includes housing development programs to go along with these tax increment financing plans. So this one today is actually going to be a housing TIF plan that we will be presenting to you. It will include 2 vacant parcels of about 135 acres of land, 275 new residential for sale housing units. These will not be rental units. And with a total of 29 income restricted units, which equates to about 10.5% of the total development being housing income qualified. We'll get into that a little bit briefly here in a moment. The plan primarily includes site preparation. So you may notice that there are eligible activities covered for this housing TIF plan that are otherwise not covered in this area for just a traditional brownfield plan that does not have a housing component. So that would be some site prep here, as well as some infrastructure costs, and then the financing gap associated with selling these for sale units at an affordable rate. We're looking at about $87 million in total capital and private investment in the area if this plan does get approved. They're hoping to begin in spring of 2025, so hoping to get started here shortly, and estimated to be done around summer of 2034. This brownfield plan is eligible as a qualifying housing property. It's important to note that not every single area in the state of Michigan may be eligible for a housing TIF plan. There needs to be a specific housing study done in the area, as well as some job data metrics in the area as well. So you'll find that as attachment D in the brownfield plan that does cover that eligibility component for you as well. I do want to talk a little bit about the 275 residential units themselves. Of that, about 160 will be single family homes. 13 will be attached townhome units, roughly 51 residential units of those townhomes, and about 64 traditional neighborhood design homes as well. And we'll get into a site plan where I'll be able to gesture about where those homes will be located in the area there as well. The area medium income sale price that we're looking for, the affordability component, is about 80% AMI. So we're looking at our workforce housing folks who live in the area. And go ahead and move to the next slide there for me, Dina. Thank you. I apologize, the map is a little small for you, for those of you who are online here. So if you notice the more yellow looking rectangles there, those will be the 160 single family home type units. And then at the very north area of the site plan, and then the southeast corner as well, that's where you're going to find those traditional neighborhood design homes. And then far all the way out to the east, you'll see kind of some rectangular units, and that's where the townhomes will be built. There are a number of other identifying markers on this key, including some public spaces as well, or some green spaces. So that is why the legend there has a number of features to look at. But primarily, there are 3 different types of housing units that will be located within this site plan. If you don't mind going to the next slide, thank you. So this slide just covers the eligible costs associated with this plan. It will primarily be a local type plan, but there are some statutorily allowed eligible expenses that can be covered with state taxes. I'll remind you, of course, anytime that the school operating taxes are captured on brownfield plans, it does not affect the local school per pupil funding. So it's always important to remember that brownfield plans are different than some other traditional TIFA or TIF type plans that you might be aware of as well. So on a local level, school systems are supported in that way. So of course, an interesting new addition for housing is that financing gap there, so that is an eligible cost. So, the cost to build versus the cost to sell to an income qualified home. Right now, the cost to build is so much more than what it is to be able to sell these homes for the market rate. So it is those financing gaps that are calculated in these housing TIF plans that help cover the cost of selling these to income qualified homeowners. That way we can continue to think creatively and have these housing programs or housing plans that can allow income qualified units, even after considering the cost to build may not equate. There may still be a loss to that. And then I think it's important to note that with this type of housing TIF plan, in order for some of these eligible activities to be reimbursed to the developer, they do have to sell one of their income qualified units first before they can start getting reimbursed for some of these costs. So there are annual project metrics that will be collected from the authority submitted by the developer, where we would help keep track of the income qualified units as they were sold and monitored through the MISHDA process as well. There is an annual state reporting that we do have to do. So that is how we'll continue to administer this plan moving forward. And even though there is a number of eligible activities that are available to be done in this plan, without zooming in, I think it's about 23 million or 28 million. It says there about what's eligible. Well, actually, a developer is not going to capture all of their expenses that they're able to be reimbursed for. Instead, they're going to be looking at a little over $13 million worth of eligible activities. So they could be submitting more, and it could be a longer plan. This one's going to go about 15 years. 15 years for developer reimbursement, 20 years total. And as a reminder, brownfield plans can go to 30. So this is one that may have a shorter timeline and may not actually reimburse the developer for as much as they could, which is important to know. If you wouldn't mind going to the next slide, Dina. Okay, thank you. We've already talked about some of the proposed outcomes, including the number of residential units that we'll have. There are the metrics there for the income qualified units as well, if you'd like to see those. And again, $87 million in private investment is what we're anticipating for this project in the local community. It will make the taxable value from those two parcels go from $444,000 to over $65 million. So we'll be able to capture that increment in property value, which is why this plan does not have to go a full 30 years. It can be a shorter plan because there's a much larger increment to be captured on here as well. Things to note that the Brownfield Authority would administer this plan, so they do charge an admin fee. We've modeled about a 10% admin fee. The maximum amount of eligible activities for the developer, or 15 years, whichever comes first, is estimated to be looks like it's actually just shy of 14 million, about 13.9 million in eligible activities that we're anticipating to reimburse. And then another important thing to note is that this plan does capture into the LBRF, the Local Brownfield Revolving Fund. So that is a fund that can be used countywide for all sorts of different activities that are allowed through the Act 381 statute. And again, this is countywide, so townships, local areas, this money can be used to help strategize future redevelopment projects and help revitalize our communities. So, $6.3 million would be a significant investment for our local community to be able to, leverage this funding and get things back onto the tax base. And that's really what we're about, is helping revitalize our areas and find ways to get these properties to roll back into the tax base so that we can begin capturing these millages and see the money more directly. I think that's about where I'm at here. I will just briefly go over the timeline and where we're at here today, and then I will introduce my colleagues. And if you guys have any additional questions for us, we'll welcome them at that time. The Kalamazoo County Brownfield Authority has reviewed and recommended the plan. They asked for a third-party review. That's something that's done on all of the brownfield plans. Fishbeck is their environmental consultant. They have contracted right now. They did a review of the plan. So the Brownfield Authority was able to recommend the plan based on that third-party review. That happened back in February. The plan has already received local support. That happened at the March 10th Pavilion Township meeting. March 18th is where we're here today for you to hear about the plan. We're asking that tonight at your 7 o'clock meeting, you consider adopting a resolution to hold a public hearing on April 1st for your 7 o'clock meeting on that date. The public notice has already been submitted to the clerk's office and has already had its review. So all of the documentation is done for that as well and ready to go. And then we're hoping that the board can consider that resolution for the public hearing, and that will open it up for the public comment period, and hoping the board can consider a resolution to adopt the brownfield plan at the April 1st meeting. So I'll briefly introduce my colleagues here. I have the chairperson of the Kalamazoo County Brownfield Authority, Ken Paragon, with me. I have Logan Mulholland from Fishbeck. She did the third-party review of the plan. Joe Augustinelli from Michigan Growth Advisors, his team wrote the plan. And then we have Jeff Hayner from JTB Homes, who's speaking on behalf of the Pavilion Investors LLC project. And then I think we still have our planning director, Rachel Grover, back here as well. We'll give her a shout out because she is here today too. So if you have any questions, be happy to take them now.
Vice Chair Taylor and then Commissioner Gisler.
First off, thank you very much. This is huge. I have a question. So after 15 years, it'll generate approximately about $1 million a year for 5 years into the LBRF, correct?
Yeah, estimated based on the TIF tables, yes.
Wow. Okay. And then, I mean, last question. Is this the first housing TIF that's been used in this way throughout the state?
Yes, thank you for asking. I can't speak for around the state, but I can say for the county, this is the first housing TIF plan that has come to the county board at this level. So we're happy to see it receive local support. Again, with housing legislation, everybody has to think creatively on how we can make some of these plans work. Not every single one can have the same affordable component or not. You know, we have to all think creatively to figure out how we can make these projects a success.
Well, this is increasing our housing stock by 275 units, increasing taxable value almost $65 million in the county and the township. This is a big deal. I don't think we do that in other areas where we focus on housing. This is a big deal. Thank you very much. I'm in full support.
Thanks.
Commissioner Gisler.
Thank you, Chair. One question, and it seems like a piddly little thing, but it's been an issue in previous things, especially in Pavilion Township. How is the income qualification going to be measured, and who measures it, and how often is it measured?
Yeah, thank you for asking that. So for housing related TIF plans, they have to have the sale price or the affordable component disclosed within a development agreement. And a development agreement is something standard that the Brownfield Authority already has in place with their developers for brownfield plans in general. So we have been working with the local unit of government as well to figure out if they have an affordability period that they would like. And so we've taken all of the considerations of local support and put that into our development agreement. And how that will be assessed is within the agreement. We specifically ask for income monitoring of the first sale homes, because this affordability period is just for the first sale. So we only have to monitor that first sale. And then the MEDC does require some forms that can be filled out that we would then again put into our annual reporting as well. And so at the time of sale, and then plus some income verification of the purchaser as well.
Excuse me, who does that verification?
So at the time,
Township, you?
Oh, so it will be me, yes. So the administering of the plan will fully be handled by the Brownfield Authority or whoever the administrator is at the time, so me. And then when it comes to following through with the annual reporting documentation, it is the Brownfield Authority's responsibility to do that annual reporting. So I will reach out to the township and the developer to make sure I receive those annual metrics. And actually, we already sent out metrics for last year last week. So just to give you an idea about what time of the year we send those out, my annual reports are due in August. So I've already sent those out a couple weeks ago, so the developers have time to send me their project metrics so I can report them on the portal by August.
Thank you.
Yep.
Commissioner DeLu.
Well, thank you, Macy. Despite my 1-hour tutorial with you about brownfields, I have a brownfield question so what qualifies this land as a brownfield
So Yeah, thank you for asking that question. I think it's important to notice that, Act 381 started as brownfield, and everyone thinks of brownfield as something that might be contaminated or functionally obsolete or a historic resource, right? Well, Senate Bill 129, I think maybe that happened in 2023, but don't quote me, it's very new. That changed the Brownfield Act 381 legislation to include a housing component. So really, it's still called brownfield, but it should just be, housing, or it should be just tax increment financing act, instead of the Brownfield Act, because admittedly, there has been some education after this new bill has been passed to remind people it no longer has to be contaminated, no longer has to be perceived to be a brownfield to be eligible because it has this housing component. But then again, remember that this housing component, there needs to be that area need, the demonstrated housing study, there needs to be a community benefit to it as well, and then the job data growth to support it as well, which this project does meet all of those needs. And so we would be happy to answer any further questions on that too. You guys have the plan at your disposal. We'd be happy to highlight any of the information so you could quickly find it too.
And another much easier question. What's the difference between a single family home and a neighborhood design home?
So the neighborhood traditional design home, and I can let the team step up here if I misspeak. Those, what are they calling it? TND, the traditional neighborhood designs, they have more of an alleyway, like garage feature on them. If you notice on the site map, the shape of the design is a little bit different. It's kind of got like a little L-shaped bit out to it. So that is just more of the design of that specific type of home. But I would welcome Jeff up to go ahead and speak on that.
Yeah, Macy hit it right on the head. The TND, the front of the houses are facing closer to the sidewalk and the street with the garages around back. Your traditional neighborhoods were designed that way. The rest of the development, the 165 lots, will be your traditional lot with side yards, rear yard, and garage facing the street.
Right, I have some questions around affordability.
Sure.
So, I'm sorry, please go ahead, Commissioner Ray.
I just have a quick question also around the income qualified units.
Yeah.
So will they all be at 80% AMI or will there be some lower?
So I can have this team, I'll have Joe come up because he's the one who made the metrics for that as well. But the idea is that it would be staying around the 80% AMI, but I would be happy to have the team who did the calculations come up and get on that.
Thanks, Macy. Joe Augustinelli. Excuse me, Joe Augustinelli, Michigan Growth Advisors. We wrote the Brownfield plan. So I'm understanding the question correctly. So 80%, I'm sorry, 10% of the units income restricted at 80% AMI or lower. Why 80% maybe is the question that I'm hearing?
No, not why 80%.
Okay.
The question is, will they all be at 80% AMI, the entire 10.5%? She said, you said 10%. Not sure which one's correct.
A little over 10%.
Okay.
80% AMI or lower is the
or
requirement.
lower.
Yeah.
So how many will be or lower, and then what are those percentages?
It's going to be a function of who shows up to purchase a home at the price point that they can afford, right? I understand where you're going with this is can we sell these homes to 50% AMI households or 30% AMI households? And the answer is there's not enough incentive in the project to create that large of a gap subsidy to, so it sort of works at 80%. It really doesn't work as you get it to the lower AMI price points without more subsidy, which is a conversation we could explore through the county's affordable housing fund potentially as creating that extra subsidy to make that math work. But ultimately it's going to be, theoretically, you could have a lower AMI household purchasing one of these homes if they brought a large amount of equity to the table. So because it's a function of how much mortgage can they afford, right? That's the underlying challenge. So as modeled, really 80% ish, maybe slightly below that is the target market.
Okay, so I have one follow-up for Director. So if you all only monitor the first sale and then you're kind of out of it, how do you ensure that the entire 10% or 10.5% is sold at that 80%? I won't say or below because it sounds like it's at 80% AMI.
Yeah, so I think it's important to remember that how we capture our TIF is at the sale of these units. So 10% total of each individual sale. So what's going to happen is, the affordability period, it's gonna be over after that first sale. So the idea is, you hope that this person will buy this house and live in it for 5 years at least, and not, well, you hope people will make more money, right? But this is something that we've talked to the local community about as far as affordability periods. And so the local unit of government didn't want to exercise control over a year range. Instead, it was just on that first sale. So in total of the amount of housing units that will be sold, that would be that 10.5%. So we wouldn't monitor like one house if it sold 3 times. That one house, it wouldn't be monitored to make sure it was sold to somebody under 80% area income each time it sells. It's just that the first person who buys that home will be income qualified. Does that answer your question, or?
Kind of. It made me have more questions.
That's okay. Yeah.
So is it just the one house, or I guess I'm thinking when you say 275 units, I'm thinking 27 of them would be reserved for income qualified buyers.
Yes.
And maybe I'm thinking about it wrong.
I think
that's what I heard.
I've got it on a slide, and I don't have it just jotted down right here in my notes, but I thought it might have been 29. Thank you. Yes, 29. So total of the, what is it? 275. Yes.
Okay.
So, and that is something that, again, all housing TIF plans are going to be different. And we have to continue to think creatively with the local units of government for what they want for that area, and then consider these affordability periods as well. So just know that we are having discussions with trying to consider, whether or not, there is a local concern over these affordability periods of how long it might be for sale for an affordable, or how long it might be income, qualifying. So really, it is just the individual units that will be sold at that amount.
Yep, I understand.
Yeah.
So my question is, will the county be monitoring the sale of all 29 of those units, or just that first one?
Oh, I see. So, so it will basically be everyone that qualifies. That is my understanding of how we will be doing it. Because, granted, yes, we do need to know one house for sure has to sell before they can get reimbursed for some of these eligible activities.
Okay.
But I will need to continue to do annual reporting on this brownfield plan every year. So I will still need to submit that data every year. And it will be kind of a cumulative total that I collect. So I'll be able to have an idea every year of how many homes were sold, how many were sold at that affordable range in total as the plan continues through the next 20 years.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So some of my questions have been answered, and I may have not looked at, what are we looking at for cost? Is this like a $200,000 house?
It's over 400,000, I believe. Would you like to come up, Jess?
So you just answer my question.
Oh, sure.
This is not going to be affordable for low income families. This is more of a middle class and above type.
This is what we're calling the workforce housing type crowd. So
what does that mean? What workforce? Because
so
everybody's in workforce.
basically like the people who get together to build the homes themselves. And the idea is that the people who work to build the homes can't afford to live in some of the market rate housing, right? So this 80% AMI range is supposed to represent those people who are physically building the homes, who we've kind of called
so like Habitat
class.
for Humanity.
I think of like the construction workers, or the people who might work in the trades, who are physically building, like, pouring the concrete for the house, putting the house together itself. Like, think about that group of people, that income of people who, they might be building the house themselves, but they couldn't even afford to buy the house if it wasn't income qualified. And that's kind of where they're at here, is that kind of, it's, not totally middle class, but it's just kind of that, and it's not missing middle either, but it's just this little range here that, they make enough, but not too much for, so.
No, I completely understand, but I just, with the need we have now, and I even look at the houses built in District 1 for some of the and they have 15 years that they have to be in a, was it $200,000, $300,000 entity over there before. Yeah, we do. She's getting on me, but I'm not in District 2, I'm District 3. So, no, I'm just joking. But yeah, I worry that there's still gonna be a large amount of individuals. And I don't know what the pay range is gonna be in 10 years, right? But, you know, a large amount of folks, because we have a housing shortage, you know, from 2022, where we only had 60 units available in the county, right? So now we're moving forward, but we still are at this standstill where we're making, and I understand the cost is rising for supplies, but we make agreements with these other companies and then they say, okay, we're gonna put a 10-year cap on, you know, low income. So although this is wonderful, it'll bring money in, I still worry about a population like myself that's an educator, where we're educators, right? We're supposed to be here for public service that, you know, are trying to get homes for our family, but can't afford it. And then we really don't qualify for programs unless we go into, you know, an impoverished area that we're willing to build it. And I just think it's time to take a deeper look at that so that folks who do have, you know, that are teachers or even construction workers, I think they make a little bit more than teachers. They about $30, $40 an hour, I think, you know, but, and I'm on that board, so I'll talk to you more about what this could look like. But it sounds like for lower income families, this wouldn't be attainable for them. And if it is, say we have the 25,000, like the governor now is, you know, pouring in for first time home buyers or KNHS, would those types of entities be taken into consideration, you know, to knock off a huge closing costs? Would those type of individuals be taken into consideration to be able to live in a new home?
Well, I think, so was that a direct question or were you?
No.
Okay, just wanted to make sure I didn't
It's
go
direct
past
and-
it, you know, just wanted to make sure. But, can I finish my thought for just a second? Okay. So I know you've got something good to say. So I think, as I want to reiterate again that, you know, there's going to be so many different types of housing TIF plans that are going to be created in the state at this point now that we're allowed to do it. And the local community really does have to think creatively about which project in which area and what is the need for that area at that time. And that's why we do strategize with the local unit of government to really get an idea of what they feel like their community's need is in that area for that time. And I think it's important for you to, you know, just consider the idea too, that with this type of housing that yes, maybe it wouldn't be affordable to the 120% AMI category, but there has been some, you know, you look out around the broader picture, you look at the housing development and you see the other areas and the other taxable values of the areas around this housing development too. So the idea is that maybe some people will be able to move out of a house that has a lower value into one of these other homes that may not be income qualified, but then it would free up some of these lower taxable value homes in an adjacent area once this one's built. And that's what I mean by thinking creatively, is we do want to consider affordability components and we want to consider everybody and the needs, but it really will come down to the individual metrics of the plan, the time in the area, and what the local community really feels like they want to advocate for. And of course, we all have a voice, but really it comes down to that local community and some of these local only type plans to really make sure their needs are being heard. And I think in this case, they've done a pretty good job at that. I was at all of the township meetings, so I was able to hear concerns and things like that. And so we have been thinking creatively. So this would be one that may not reach the 120% AMI, but it is still serving some income qualified units as well. But Rachel?
Oh, I just, you touched on it, and I just wanted to say it's the part of the whole continuum of when she talked about having, you know, moving people from, you know, as they start out in teaching or public service, and they have this one affordable house, then they can move into the next. So it's on the continuum of the shortage of housing we have across all spectrums right now. And this is our first TIF plan, so hopefully there will be others that will have other affordability components. We're just trying to work with the local Pavilion Township and on what their needs are, and they felt that this was meeting their needs. So thanks.
So I have some follow-ups as well. So, you know, just thinking about how long-term, I'm pleased to see a plan like this coming forward in general, as we're creating housing stock, that there is some affordability consideration given. In your report, it identifies that 80% AMI for a two-person household is a household making about $64,000 a year. So that's the affordability. The first question, so we have a number of different housing types in that development. I would venture then the affordable units will be the smaller units, the townhomes, help me understand where affordability
Yeah.
falls. Is it just going to be,
It's not
one of the
exclusive to
types?
just one type of home. On one of the previous slides there, and as well as the fact sheet, I believe you guys were all provided with Fishbeck's third-party review of the fact sheet as well. That does disclose an estimated amount of each of the three types of homes, of how many of those may be income qualified. I would welcome Joe to speak on if it's going to be restricted, but perfect.
Yeah, I've got that number. It's so we're modeling 10.5% of each product type. So that is 6 townhomes, 16 single-family homes, and 7 traditional neighborhood design.
I'm pleased to hear that consideration was given. I think the last data that I'm aware of, the average, not the median, but the average income in Kalamazoo County is about 67% AMI. So 80% AMI is an above average income earner in the community. So I just want to articulate that. The other thing, in future plans, when there isn't a consideration on timeline on affordability, thinking about market conditions, if I am an income qualified household, it is in my interest to quickly sell. The property value escalates, the subsidy is to the public, but I gain all of the benefit privately by selling the property. So the equity grows, I hold all of the equity, and I can sell that property at a marked increase in my own equity and wealth. So there isn't really an incentive because I can take that equity and transfer it and depending on what happens in market conditions and interest rates and mortgage rates, et cetera. So I think, having some discussion with local units as we develop these types of plans going forward about identifying at least some period where if we're making a public investment for these households, that there is at least some guarantee to a term of affordability because we're putting in the public money to do that. So I think that's worth some dialogue and consideration. The other, there are railroad tracks that are located adjacent to this development, is that correct?
Yes, and before we got to that question, I did just want to touch on that a little, your previous thought, but of course seeing Joe walk up made me clear my mind on that. So there have been all sorts of different discussions about gaining equity in these homes and things like that, right? And I just want you to know that there have been questions asked and discussed about, say somebody were to purchase the property and then rent it, or say somebody were to buy it and then get a new job and make more money and then instantly sell it. Yeah, but some of the things we've heard is, who gets to decide when generational wealth comes in, or who gets to decide what their property is, So just saying this on loud for the record, just so the public can hear it as well, that we have heard a few of these concerns. And so those are things that we have thought about. And I'll remind this board as well that, brownfield plan approvals, it is a three-legged stool. The Brownfield Authority has to approve it, the local unit of government has to approve it, and the local governing body, which is you, would have to approve that as well. And so as far as who would have the authority to exercise an affordability period, it really would be out of the control of the developer itself. So that would be something that the authority would have to administer and review themselves. And that is not unheard of, but that is something that would be put into the development agreement. So I would just urge this board that if you really had a strong preference one way, whether if it's not this project, but just thinking towards the future, please consider that your questions are valid, and they can also be considered when we write these plans. And the development agreement is not finalized, but that is something that will be an attachment on the plan, and that will detail how we monitor those affordability periods too. And the railroads.
If I may, Madam Chair, add to that, I think the development team's open to this conversation, right? we're trying to put housing stock on the market and put it on the market as quickly as we can. You know, we've had very long conversations around this very issue. What happens if somebody flips the house?
Right.
And from the developer's standpoint, we're just building the house and selling it to an income qualified household, and we're not actively involved, right? You're not talking to your builder every 5 years about their house. So, you know, but if there was some, you know, obligation that gets tied to these funds, where maybe you're clawing back the revenue if there's a flip that happens within a designated period of time, we don't have a problem with that. We'd be willing to work with you on figuring that out. But I would say, as a former member of the county brownfield board, that creates a big administrative burden for the board to figure out how to manage. We don't have a position one way or the other on that, but it becomes, you know, what happens then when there's a flip, and how do you enforce that through the brownfield authority to a unrelated buyer who's not a party to this reimbursement agreement? So it becomes an interesting legal question, but we're open to working with you all on it.
But potentially creates incentive for a buyer to hold the property for the time period to avoid the additional clawback of equity revenue, right?
And of course, you know, if we did have to, you know, administer or exercise an affordability period, then likely what would happen on that parcel is there'd be some type of restricted covenant or some type of deed restriction that would be put on that property, which, you know, good or bad, right? It could make it harder to sell, or it could make it easier for someone to hold on to. So again, we have to think creatively, because all of these plans have different metrics, and they all, you know, not every housing TIF plan is gonna work. And so that's why we have to continue to strategize and look at those funding gaps, because that's what it comes into, is calculating what actually is gonna be worth it for some of these developers to come in and be part of the tax increment financing plan. Because that's something we've seen from other local municipalities, is asking, you know, is every housing development going to become a TIF plan? Well, no, because not everyone is going to have the metrics to shake out to be able to be a housing TIF plan.
Vice Chair.
Really quick, Commissioner Ray, I asked a question and it kind of touched on it. The verification, you're verifying the household, not the purchase price, correct?
Both.
Okay, both.
Yes.
Okay, that makes sense, as long as the household's getting verified as well. Secondly, I completely agree with the chair. I think this one moving forward, you know, I'm good to go. But I think in the future, as we start developing these TIFs, having a length of time and putting a covenant on the land, or a deed restriction on the land, makes the absolute most sense. 5 years, 7 years, whatever it is, because the county is investing future tax dollars into this. That lastly, I'm going to say, with the two options that we have before us is the, you know, move forward with a cutting edge of Act 381 that's going to create more housing stock in one swoop than we've done in a lot of other projects that we've done in other areas. This is a big deal. Increasing the taxable value $65 million in Pavilion Township. That is a big deal for Pavilion Township. Can we develop this a little bit better? And I think the chair's comments of putting a deed restriction on those, I think that makes sense. And putting that into the agreement for the administrative costs for that verification, I think makes sense as well, to cover your costs for that. But I kudos. I think this is a really good sign and really good thing for Kalamazoo County. So, thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I know you talked about how there's criteria that they have to meet to be able to do this housing development with some different studies. And I was just wondering if any of those studies touched on what the area median income is specifically in Pavilion Township, or if they're just going off of Kalamazoo County.
Oh, gosh. Joe, do you want to touch on that? So attachment D is the housing study that we're building off of.
Yeah, good question. And so the statute requires we need to demonstrate that there's a housing need in the community. That's the words in the statute. So where the attachment to the brownfield plan is the county's housing needs assessment that was conducted a couple of years ago, that everybody references, with a 7,700 unit shortage countywide. So that's what the plan is using as the need for more housing. And then the Act 381 actually requires you to either show a demonstrating housing need or job growth data to support the need for more housing. We're doing both. And the job growth data we're referencing in the plan is new announcements reported by Southwest Michigan First over the last couple of years, like the Big Striker expansion, the landscape forums expansion that this board supported a couple months ago, projects like that that are going to create more jobs, therefore more stress on the housing market. But it does not specifically target Pavilion Township because that data is just not out there that we're aware of.
So in my thought process with that is that I can't imagine a rural community like Pavilion Township needing $400,000 homes. So that's where I have a little, I don't want to say hesitation because I understand that will be a great thing, but you know, I think that folks there typically can't afford homes like that in a rural community. And so that's where I have a little bit of reservation, I guess.
Yeah, if I can respond,
absolutely.
give a little just flavor to that. So that $400,000 home 3 years ago was a $250,000 home, the same home. And that's the problem we're trying to address here is these are not huge luxury homes. This is just your typical kind of starter house in many cases, but that's what it costs now. And it would cost more without this subsidy. The subsidy is taking down the land costs so that we can deliver homes at a more affordable, although still, I think what you're arguing, expensive price point. And that problem's getting worse every day, right? So, and part of there, we have a housing shortage at all price points in the community, I think, countywide, and not every project can address all of the problems, right, at all price points. So we think adding a huge volume of homes in that sort of middle of where the housing market is right now, will take stress off of the broader housing continuum. Hopefully, over time, bring housing prices down. But it's really a function of how much it costs to build right now.
And thank you for that information. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Kissler.
Thank you, Chair. I didn't think I had any problem understanding it until Tammy complicated things for me. The 80% AMI applies to the first sale period of 29 different sales, not just the first one of those 29, right?
Correct, yes.
So you need
10 and a half total
80% AMI 29 times to get off the ground really with all the units.
If I can add, so the way the reimbursement, so these homes are getting built over a period of 9 years. So as we build, for every 10 homes we build, effectively one of them is an income qualified home. So we're not building 29 income qualified homes first, and then the balance that are not. I'm hoping I'm answering your question.
But so as those 29 come into being over a period of time,
right,
each of them will have to qualify for the 80% AMI, even though the AMI may have changed.
Correct. It will be referencing the then current area needed income.
Thank you.
Correct.
I think it's important to remember too that TIF capture happens at the sale of these homes. And this is going to be a phased out development. So, for example, if they build these homes and they don't sell, well, there's no TIF to capture. And that would show, if there really isn't people to purchase those homes, well, then they wouldn't be able to continue on their phases, and there wouldn't be tax increment to capture, and they wouldn't be getting reimbursed. So the plan would end early. Those are the ways that this would have to end up happening.
Just a couple of other, I asked about the railroads. So there's a railroad line.
I believe it's a freighter, and I don't think it goes by too much, but the local unit of government asked the same exact question. So I don't know if Joe wants to.
I can take a stab at that. Yeah, it's a freight rail that runs maybe once a day.
Okay.
Through there, I've been stuck by that train many times. It goes really slow through there, but yeah, like once a day at most.
Thank you for that. The other you mentioned, in the development of this first program, having that conversation with the local unit about what type of housing they wanted to support in development in their community. And I just encourage us in our dialogue with local units, there is hesitancy around creating options for people with lower incomes and just elevating the value to a community of creating a spectrum of housing, creating a development that includes a mix of income ranges, how that lends to economic mobility within their community rather than economic siloing of their community. Because we've heard resistance from other local units about affordability. And so whatever we can do to elevate that dialogue with local leaders is going to be a very important one. I want to clarify that this tool, the more that we can use these, this tax increment financing is an opportunity for us not to have to use county housing millage funds to create this type of housing, and then we can direct that the millage funds in another avenue towards deeper affordability. There is still opportunity to have a discussion on this development on a time frame for affordability. Am I understanding that correctly?
So yes, it would be the answer for that. Mostly because the development agreement between the Brownfield Authority and the developer has not been finalized yet. So I think Joe alluded to the idea that it could be a capacity issue for compliance reasons if we had to exercise an affordability period. But we have already spoken with our legal team about what would happen to deed restrictions and things like that. So we were prepared that if there was a local unit who wanted to try to exercise that right, then we could consider that. We've already thought ahead. Ideally, we like to have the development agreements finalized in time for the Brownfield plan final approval. We have already received our first draft back from everybody's council on the development agreement itself. So if this board would like to exercise an affordability period, you could, but just consider that there may be some capacity concerns. So I may have to lean on the planning department at times, sorry, Rachel, to figure out if, the Brownfield Authority does have the capacity to continue to monitor those things. And of course, we could maybe work with the housing department as well, again, thinking creatively on how to make these projects happen. But I would urge that if this board would like to exercise an affordability period, that we should get in touch with each other very soon so that we can get your notes into the draft that we can work on.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. All right, we have any other? All right, thank you so much for the presentation and robust discussion. Appreciate it. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick question for Administrator and Director Balkema may already have the numbers. Just wondering if we can kind of do an assessment on where we are as far as filling those units. I often hear we need units at all levels based on the housing plan, and then we only see housing at 80% AMI or above. So I'd like to just kind of see where we are. Are we develop or supporting funding to projects developing housing at 0 to 60, or is it just the 80 to 120? So I just kind of want to see where we are.
Absolutely, absolutely, Commissioner. We have a presentation scheduled for the May 7th meeting on that very topic, so we'll prepare that for you all.
Good. Thank you, Commissioner Ray. All right, let's go to a foreclosure prevention presentation with Treasurer Thomas Whitener and also Chief Deputy Treasurer Tyler White. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, and Commissioners. From building new housing to keeping people in their current homes. As a part of the Treasurer's Office ongoing efforts to prevent foreclosure and keep people in their homes, we're asking for your support tonight at the 7 o'clock meeting for a foreclosure prevention grant in the amount of $50,000 to be allocated out of the county's general operating funds. We've been hard at work reaching out to taxpayers, holding foreclosure extension meetings, connecting individuals with assistance providers, and redesigning multiple processes inside of our office to better serve those in need, but a need still exists for external emergency support. As of this afternoon, We have extension agreements on 106 parcels with individuals who have contacted our office looking to make payment arrangements and find ways to avoid losing their home. These homeowners took the time to come into our office, schedule a 60-day foreclosure prevention meeting, and build a game plan to permanently get them out of tax delinquency through homestead credits, poverty exemptions, and many other means. Right now, we've identified more than 30 properties whose owners qualify for a poverty exemption. If received, they would have $0 in property taxes owed for 2025 and beyond if they continue to file annually. And so we'd be able to make real progress on the money that they already owe. That said, some of these individuals will never get out of that poverty without assistance. This list includes senior citizens well into their 70s and beyond, totally and permanently disabled homeowners, single parents, veterans, caregivers of multiple children or elderly adults, and many more. If these select homeowners receive a poverty exemption, we can permanently end their delinquent tax challenges by applying grant funds granted by this Board of Commissioners. Tonight, we're going to show you a little bit of what we've been up to. What we've been doing to contact these homeowners to lower or sometimes eliminate the taxes that they owe, and to connect them with assistance programs and to demonstrate how we would apply the grant funds were they to be allocated to us. Please let me know during the presentation if you have any questions or you want clarification on anything I'm sharing. I'm happy to answer those questions, and there will also be an option for questions at the end. Go ahead, John.
Question right off the bat.
Yes, sir.
To the chair, to the chair,
Oh, but
to the chair,
sorry.
please.
Yeah.
Commissioner
Chair.
Gissler.
Sorry, Thomas, we were working well together. Anyway, are you talking about owner occupied foreclosures, or does this include foreclosures of properties that are lived in by somebody that doesn't own them? Rentals?
Yeah, thank you. So we work with homeowners. We work with any owner of property in the county that wants to work with us on a payment plan or getting out of their tax debt. But our extension agreements are, except for extreme circumstances, for homeowner occupied properties only. So that is our focus in this this exercise.
That makes sense. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I'm going to be up here talking.
Commissioner Ray has a question.
Please.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I'm just wondering if there is a reason why we don't have this presentation in our package, but everything else is.
The question. Oh, a packet for the presentation. Administrator.
Yeah, so commissioners, this presentation is being, I guess I would say, live demoed by the Chief Deputy Treasurer. It's not an actual presentation per se. They're demoing live their program to showcase to the board. So that's why it's not in the back.
Correct. It's not slides. It's the different pieces of technology that we have built or that we're utilizing to do this work. So one of the key points of the work that we've been doing is increasing our outreach efforts to taxpayers in the county. One of the systems that we've been using is the county's Blackboard subscription. You all know it well when you get an inclement weather alert on your phone or a phone call that's automated. Well, we have used that same system to reach out to taxpayers who are in danger of losing their homes. Every year, the Treasurer's Office sends multiple delinquent tax notices in the mail and personally serves notice through property visits in August. This is all in line with the General Property Tax Act. It's legally required of every county treasurer's office in the state, but here in Kalamazoo, we like to go above and beyond. And so we've been working to do just that. If you want to hear real quick, this is what it sounds like when a taxpayer receives one of our automated phone calls.
Maybe because I'm new, bear with me.
Custom. This may be for one property or multiple. This is the final warning.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Tyler, we can skip it or that's that for now. Okay, we'll skip that for now, but just needless to say, it is my sonorous voice coming in over your phone with custom fields that tell the taxpayer how much they owe and what is expected of them. We've been able to reach hundreds of taxpayers in minutes with these phone calls. I think the first time we did it, we made 756 phone calls in 3.5 minutes. And then all of our phones exploded as they all called us back, which is fantastic. It is incredibly difficult to get people to call the office, and this is a fantastic tool we've been able to use to do that. As long as we have a valid phone number, either in our database or in one of the databases we have access to, we can get in touch with homeowners and let them know that they are in danger of tax foreclosure. One of the other programs that we have built out with the help of our wonderful planning department is ArcGIS. We've been utilizing ArcGIS to map the delinquent properties for site visits that started this week. That's why I am not dressed as formally as I usually am. I've been out knocking doors all day. Over the last 2 weeks of March, we're knocking doors in a last-ditch effort to notify people of their delinquent taxes and to set up tax extension agreements. On the screen, you will see a map of the properties that we currently have tax extension agreements with. We've pared this down for tonight to remove as much identifying information as we can. The live version has homeowner names, the principal residence status, pictures of the property, delinquent tax balances, and much, much more. Using pictures from notice postings back in August, we've also been able to remove vacant parcels, abandoned parcels, and condemned buildings from our list for both extension agreements and grant funds. We're not going to stop foreclosure on dangerous, unlivable properties, and we're not going to visit empty lots that are owned by an investor who lives out of state. Our focus is centered on county residents trying to save their homes. So this is just for the tax foreclosure agreements that we have so far. The map that we use most times has every property that has delinquent taxes in the county, and we can share those links with you so you can look at them. We can also separate them by county commission district so you can see which households fall within your areas of specific interest. So we're happy to work with you on that. Touch base with me after this and I'll get you the links for those. Over the past year, we've also been working hard to turn foreclosure prevention into a year-round commitment. Alongside this board's approval of a foreclosure prevention specialist in the 2025 budget, we've developed tools for our staff that our staff will continue to use to ensure that individuals who receive an extension agreement are progressing on their journey out of tax delinquency and hardship. The first and most important of this is our case management dashboard. For the 2025 foreclosure cycle, we've introduced 60-day tax extension agreements alongside a case management strategy where each applicant has personalized steps to help them get out of tax delinquency. To avoid foreclosure, we ask that applicants demonstrate monthly payments, pursue homestead credits and poverty exemptions where applicable, and reach out to nonprofits and other assistance providers to help with their underlying sources of hardship. The case management dashboard gives us a quick look at how many agreements we have, how many are complying or not, and the balance of delinquent taxes versus payments received, and a list of those out of compliance along with their contact info. Tyler scrolls down here, you can see that we only have 2 out of compliance displayed tonight. These are test cases. As you can see, it is my illustrious chief deputy and deputy who are listed there. Just to show you this, when we have a list, we can, with one click of a button, create a draft email to every single person on that list, informing them of their current non-compliant status and the steps that they need to take to get back into compliance to help us help themselves. So this is what those emails look like. They're automatically generated and then posted up so that we can edit them to personalize them and send those out immediately. Part of establishing a payment or a foreclosure prevention agreement with us is getting updated contact information, including email, phone number, good mailing addresses, all of that. So we have good contact information for people. Okay. All right. Good. Since the rollout of the new county website, our office has also published a foreclosure prevention page. We go there. There we go. That serves as a hub for those with delinquent taxes who are looking for support. On this page, we have fillable forms. We have a list of assistance programs. We have a guide to poverty exemptions and who qualifies. And we have a basic guide to probate court, which we developed based on our experience meeting with taxpayers who don't qualify for any assistance until they get the property into their name because it is in the middle of a probate action. Probate court, if any of you have been through it, is a long, complicated process. And having a simple explainer has made a lot of our taxpayers feel much more confident in progressing through that to receive the assistance that they need. Is there a question?
Vice Chair.
Thank you. I guess I got a question. How many, do you have a list of, and I know you've shared it to us before, I don't have it ready. How many number of foreclosures on owner occupied homes per year going back?
Yes, I have that list. Off the top of my head, we keep it, or since the beginning of my first term, we've kept it under or right around 50 properties. Before that, it was somewhat higher, but I can get those exact numbers and share.
What is the average amount owned or owed by one of those properties? Do you have that information?
I don't have it off the top of my head, but I can certainly compile that and get it to you later.
The reason I'm asking is this presentation is for a $50,000 ask, which I'm in support of for foreclosure prevention. My kind of getting to is my thought is $50,000 is probably only going to help about 6 or 7 or maybe 8 total properties to avoid foreclosure. Am I correct in that assumption?
It depends on the specific properties that we're looking for. Usually that is in the ballpark of the number. Again, these funds are they're one-time funds and they're for severe emergencies. So, or people who are in severe positions of poverty.
Okay. I guess my thought process is if this is a one-time expenditure to try to get people out of foreclosure, but this is just kind of like, you know, grabbing a spoon into the ocean or a small little thing in the ocean and trying to start. $50,000 is you're going to cover maybe 5 to 10% with all the work you've gotten it down, let's say to 50. Maybe you get 5 to 10 more off of that rolls with the $50,000. And so you're down at 45 foreclosed homes instead of 50 foreclosed homes. And meanwhile, we spent $50,000. That's just saying, and that's just for 1 year. Previous years, it probably needs to be part of a budget discussion with the city or with other governmental entities to try to do that. And lastly, you probably should want to talk to the Griffin Place people because it sounds like this is a synergy that can be created with this program.
But I definitely do want to have that conversation. I have a card. I will give it to you in just a minute. Awesome. And the one thing I want to point out is part of the process of assigning these grant funds is having these foreclosure prevention meetings with the people who qualify. That's part of the qualification. You got to come in, you got to talk to us, or we need to go to you. We've been to people's homes who are unable to travel. Happy to do that. To have the conversation about, okay, what does your finances look like? What does assistance look like for you? How do we get you out of the situation? And if we're going to apply grant funds to someone, the answer to how do we get you out of this situation is you can't do it yourself. And so then we are applying these funds to people who are not going to foreclose because we have funds. They're in a position of unique hardship. And so we're trying to relieve that hardship so that they don't have county treasurer on their worry list. We don't want these people to lose their homes because they have taxes that they just can't overcome, either that are past the point where they can be addressed by a poverty exemption, or other sources of funding.
I guess you've sold me on the $50,000 for this year's and this thing, but I don't believe that this is sustainable. This is just a short-term short-term fix, and we should probably address something more long-term sustainable. And poverty hardships, I'm all in complete favor for. I would hate to see these funds used without some sort of means testing. Somebody owes so many, $25,000 in taxes on their lake home. I don't want to see them use half that.
Absolutely.
$50,000.
No, that wouldn't. That's not how it works. And we'll get to the exact criteria for application of these funds later in the presentation.
We have questions from Commissioner Morales and then Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. So same sentiments. When you first told me, I'm like, you need $100,000. And so I'm in I want to support this, but I want to see it go maybe, for the next couple of years. I think we do need to have a plan in place for this.
Okay.
And just because you know how I am, John, if somebody is on the lake who's facing hard times, maybe not 25,000, but we need to be able to have some equity across the board with people with hardships. But no, I think this is a great program. There are people who we just got assessments as homeowners, and I just got a tax bill, and I'm on the phone with the city, like, what is this? It's another $117. Like, who got a $117 raise? I didn't. So I think this is a great idea. I think we need to go into some more conversation about a plan to keep this incentive, especially for our veterans who we are seeing get these cuts. Medicaid, Social Security is getting cut so that our elders can have a place to stay. So I am same sentiments as Vice Chair, but I think even with the 50, I'm sold. But I think even to start, we need 100.
Commissioner Ray.
Thank you, Chair. So when I brought this idea to the board 2 years ago, it was because the city was sending money to the treasurer's office to ensure that no homeowners were getting foreclosed on within the city. So is the city still doing that, or are you just looking at funds from the county at this point?
Yes, the city is still doing that. We're working with the city now to finalize that agreement.
Okay.
For, I believe they're doing $50,000 to $60,000 as well.
Okay. And do we have a report from last year? I know I followed up and asked a ton of questions, but I don't believe we ever saw like a final report. There was like a spreadsheet with 1,000 addresses that kind of didn't make sense.
We have the final distribution report that I can certainly
Okay.
get to you tomorrow morning.
Okay. And then what are the qualifications for the poverty exemption? And then how do you decide like how much you apply to one's back taxes? Is it just we're gonna pay for a year for you and 2 for you? Like, what does that look like?
So the poverty exemption guidelines are right there. They're on our tax foreclosure prevention website. We have them published, as well as a fillable form for the poverty exemption. You can input your information and it'll fill it out for you right there. So good question. They're already published right there. And
So the qualifications are listed?
Yes. So for different household sizes, the annual household income has a maximum amount. And if your annual household income falls below that number for the household of that size, you qualify for the poverty exemption, and your taxes can be wiped clean if you're a homeowner occupied property.
All back taxes or just 1 year?
No, it's the current year of taxes. So
Okay.
if you applied today for the poverty exemption and you qualified for it, your 2025 taxable value would go to 0.
So that wouldn't help me if I was delinquent for
Exactly.
24, 23, or 22.
Correct. And
Okay.
2022 is the year that we're foreclosing on,
Right.
April 1st. And so we're focused on, taxpayers who have those 2022 tax years outstanding.
Okay. In the future, can you put together a presentation?
Yes, ma'am.
And then I'll look for that report from last year.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Just important to elevate on this topic, you don't have to be in facing foreclosure to apply for poverty exemption
No.
on your property taxes. You just need to be income qualified. And so members of the community who are within those guidelines should exercise that with their local units.
Absolutely. Thank you for that.
I got one more question
Go ahead.
regarding qualification.
Yes, ma'am.
So why is the annual household income maximum higher for the city of Kalamazoo than it is for all other cities and townships in Kalamazoo County?
That is a specific ordinance passed by the city of Kalamazoo to expand the eligibility requirements in their local jurisdiction. The other jurisdictions, I believe, use the federal poverty guidelines, and the city of Kalamazoo has passed an expanded eligibility window above those federal poverty guidelines. Yes, ma'am. Okay. So that is our website that has all of these informational tools and forms for people to fill out in order to help themselves. One of the other things that I'm really excited about is the link to schedule a foreclosure prevention meeting. And when you click on it, it tells you you're leaving the site, and it takes you to a Microsoft Bookings link that we have set up. This link will allow you to schedule a meeting, a 30-minute meeting with either myself, my chief deputy, my deputy for external services, Patrick Farmer, or one of our foreclosure prevention specialists to sit down, and focus on the issue at hand, discuss your delinquent taxes, and develop a strategy to climb out of that hardship. Treasurer's office also has QR codes that link to this booking in our lobby, plastered all over the place, to allow individuals to schedule an appointment directly from their cell phone the moment they walk into my office. So this link looks at our calendars, it finds available times, it gives you all of the available times in any of our schedules, and then it chooses the appropriate available people to be in on that meeting with our taxpayers, all automatically. I had 3 or 4 meetings show up on my calendar today for next week for taxpayers to come in and sit down with me. It's a fantastic tool. So hand in hand with our case management and our outreach efforts, we've been working to reduce the taxes owed by people who might qualify for credits or exemptions that they're not currently receiving. While we've been conducting these 60-day extension hearings over the past 2 months, we found that some county residents who qualify for the PRE or the principal residency exemption never had it granted to them. Whether that was an oversight when they purchased the home or a change in circumstance that has led to them losing it or needing to gain it but not having done the affidavit, we've found them, and as a result, those individuals have been overtaxed. But by submitting the PRE affidavit to their local assessor, we've been able to reduce those tax balances and even get refunds issued to some taxpayers who never should have paid that tax in the first place. During February, our office analyzed all of the parcels in Kalamazoo County with delinquent taxes and narrowed down residential non-vacant properties that didn't have homestead credits. We then sent letters to those more than 100 properties with an explanation of our findings, a PRE affidavit already filled out with all of the relevant information needed to apply except for their signature, and an envelope addressed to their local assessor that they could simply sign the affidavit, put it in the envelope, attach a stamp, pop it in the mail, and have that application sent in. If the assessor determines that they should have a principal residence exemption on their property, then they'll send to our office a tax adjustment form that allows us to reduce their tax balance, including their delinquent tax balance, and issue refunds to taxpayers where applicable. Note that that was just for delinquent properties that we did. I signed those letters on Valentine's Day last month, but we will be doing this process for all properties in Kalamazoo County during April after, the crazy time of headed into foreclosure. Then in April, we're going to do this process for every parcel in the county that we believe qualifies for the PRE but does not currently have it. We have to receive, reconcile, and combine all the 2024 tax databases before we have that data, and then we're going to send those out. So if we can help reduce tax burdens for people in this county, people that deserve to have their tax burden reduced, we're going to do it. Go ahead, John.
Vice Chair.
How are you going to get the individual tax returns associated with properties?
It's not about the individual tax returns. So what we look for is the property homeowner occupied? And we can do that in a number of different ways. But if they don't qualify, either the homeowner will know that or the local assessor will be able to determine that. But if someone, okay, I'm sorry.
My question here. You're going to send this out to every homeowner occupied property, or only ones that you think may or may not be on the PRE?
Right. We're doing a lot of data analysis to narrow down just to those homes that do not have the PRE, are homeowner occupied, and that we believe should qualify for the PRE.
That gets into my rub. How do you determine you believe should qualify for PRE?
I would love to show you.
Because I'm just curious that I don't want to, I would run that through Lou before you get into data or information that might be sensitive in nature, I guess.
So how we ran it is we took a look at every single parcel record that we had, the over 100,000 individual parcel records. And we are able to classify those by residential properties. So it's got an assessor code 401. Those where the PRE status is 0. So it's saying, hey, this does not currently have a principal residence exemption on it. Then I took a look at owner names saying if there are duplicates in this list where, say, you've got a landlord that owns multiple properties, that will flag a conditional formatting field that says this person shows up more than once. They might have it on their personal property, but they own 7 or 8. Clearly, the other 7 do not qualify, right? All of this is just a whole lot of data management because I love spreadsheets. And that was how we were able to identify these are the folks with delinquent taxes that are flagging something for us. These people don't have a duplicate record of having a different property to their name. It's zoned residential. They live there based on the mailing address is the property address. So the different flags that came across said that this person lives there, but they don't get this credit. And we're not entirely certain why. With these letters, they may not qualify. Full disclosure, they submit that to their assessor, and it's on the assessor to determine, do they have another record, maybe in a different county or maybe a different state? We've had PRE denials come to us from, say, a property was owned by a person in Georgia, and that was their principal home. The local assessor took a look at that and said, this person doesn't qualify. They were getting this benefit in a different state. But all of this is to say, if you do qualify, your assessor should grant it to you. So fill this out. It won't take a lot of time. You may be getting overtaxed all back from at one point in time you forgot to check a box when you transferred the property into your name.
And you can also find out if people are declaring, like the husband has 1 PRE here and the wife has 1 PRE there. Would that also be?
Not as easily. That's largely the assessors. If they do happen to find that of, well, this is clearly a married couple and they're getting this benefit twice. It's one household, but they've got it twice. We are relying a bit on our local partners to be able to do this too.
I also want to stress that we will not be sending these out before we work with our local assessor partners to let them know that, we're sending out this number of letters into your area. You'll be seeing some number of these back, and to be expecting it and then to space those out so that we're not overloading our local assessors.
Commissioner Morales, and then I want us to be mindful of time. Treasurer board would like a break before our 6:30 begins. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So to Vice Chair's, when he's saying how you're going to get these tax records, so because we don't have it and I don't have a link, a quick link to get on the site, it's not income driven qualifications?
No,
Okay.
the PRE, anybody from, our lowest income resident all the way up to, the Johnsons, if they live in their home and they own it, they qualify for the PRE.
That, okay, never mind, thank you. But I guess to your late point, if, yeah, okay. All right, thank you. I'll take a look at the qualifications.
All right. Thank you, Treasurer.
Okay. So the last thing I wanted to cover is how the grant funds are applied. So having reviewed all of these processes and the procedures that our office has implemented, when we apply grant funds to individuals, we apply them to individuals who meet the following 5 qualifications. 1, they are the owner occupier of a home located in Kalamazoo County who has 2, experienced 1 or more qualifying events counted as the demonstrated loss of primary income due to illness, hospitalization, incarceration, death, or disability, reduction of fixed income, or any combination of those. And 3, has a high likelihood of remaining out of tax foreclosure based on no history of arrears to the local municipality or county. And 4, who has no history of using the program previously, except as outlined under restrictions in our County Rescue Funds MOU, and has a demonstrated willingness 5, has a demonstrated willingness to work with the county to establish the needed plans and steps to stay out of tax foreclosure. Put another way, this looks like they are complying with the 60-day agreement that we have established at a foreclosure prevention meeting. They're actively working with the treasurer's office, and they are seeking outside assistance to eliminate hardship and reduce suffering. This is why we're asking for this money. The people that we apply these funds to have no other avenues out of the hardship that they find themselves in 99% of the time through no fault of their own. These are stories that will rip your heart out and throw it on the floor. These are the hardest hit people in our community, and they deserve help. So we are kindly requesting from this board the assistance outlined in the item that is on the 6:30 meeting. Thank you, commissioners, for your time, and I'm happy to answer any further questions.
Commissioner Ray.
Thank you. I just have one additional question about the qualifications, and then I'm gonna be quiet. So the list of 5 things that you just read, they only have to have one of those 5 things?
Yeah, one or more of the qualifying events. So demonstrated loss of primary income due to illness, hospitalization, incarceration, death, or disability, reduction of fixed income, or any combination of those.
Oh, so the other things you read under those are not a part of those. So
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you, Treasurer.
Thank you very much.
All right. We're going to go next to first reading. We have a proclamation proclaiming March 2025 as Red Cross Month. We don't need, Council, do we need to read it aloud?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Do we need to read the proclamation?
No, ma'am, just move that this be placed on for first reading.
So moved by Vice Chair Taylor, support by Commissioner Wheeler. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. We have no closed sessions for this meeting. We will have some at our 6:30. With that, we are adjourned. Okay. Thank you for your patience. I will call to order Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners regular business meeting for March 18th, 2025. Item 1 is our invocation and reflection, and this is for Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I'm not going to have anybody stand because I am personally not going to say a prayer, but just more of a statement. Let us begin by acknowledging the importance of this gathering, and may we strive to create a space where everyone feels valued and heard. May we approach the tasks at hand with open minds and hearts and seek to understand and learn from one another. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Move to item 3. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer. Here. Commissioner Morales.
Present.
Commissioner Ray, Chair Strebs,
Here.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Here. 8 present.
Thank you, Clerk. We'll move to item number 4, proclamations. We have item 2025-273, just request for the approval of the proclamation declaring the week of April 11th through April 17th as Black Maternal Health Week in Kalamazoo County. Moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That proclamation carries. Next, move to item 2025-278. It's a request for approval for a proclamation honoring Catherine, oh no, I just learned how to say it. Procunior, I'm so sorry, for 25 years of service. Commissioner DeLu, sorry.
Yes, be happy to read this. Whereas Catherine Procunior has served the residents of Kalamazoo County for 25 years as of March 13th, 2025. And whereas Catherine Procunior has faithfully served as law clerk to the Honorable Richard Ryan Lamb, as an assistant prosecuting attorney, and as an attorney referee. And whereas the County of Kalamazoo wishes to acknowledge and honor employees who have longevity under the umbrella of county government, since it is through longevity that expertise in the employee's particular field is achieved. Now therefore be it resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby acknowledge with gratitude for many years of dedication and service Catherine Procunior has imparted to the residents of the county and offers its best wishes for many more years of mutual association.
Motion made by Commissioner DeLu, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. And Catherine is with us this evening. You want to present that to her, Commissioner DeLu. Thank you so much. Commissioner Ray.
Real quick, congratulations. Just wanted to acknowledge that the Director of Public Policy is here from the YWCA for the proclamation declaring April 11th through 17th Black Maternal Health Week.
Thank you, Commissioner Ray. Do we want to present the, no, just recognizing. Okay, thank you for that. Okay, thank you, commissioners. Sorry, I'm flipping through. Yes, just a moment. Okay, thank you. So next we have a request for approval of proclamation honoring Rebecca Corey for 25 years of service. So she is attending this evening. Commissioner Gissler.
Excuse me. Yes, a proclamation to honor Rebecca Corey. Whereas Rebecca Corey has served the residents of Kalamazoo County for 25 years as of February 16th, 2025. Whereas Rebecca Corey has faithfully served as judicial aide, and whereas the County of Kalamazoo wishes to acknowledge and honor employees who have longevity under the umbrella of county government, since it's through longevity that expertise in the employee's particular field is achieved. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby acknowledge with gratitude the many years of dedication and service Rebecca Corey has imparted to the residents of the county and offers its best wishes for many more years of mutual association.
Motion made by Commissioner Gissler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That motion carries. Congratulations.
Your photographer took off. She went out in the hallway.
We'll move to communications. We'll receive from Livingston County Resolution Number 2025-02023. Is there any other communications that the commissioners wish to elevate? All right, thank you. Seeing none, move forward for approval of the minutes. So request for approval of the March 4th, 2025 Committee of the Whole and regular meeting minutes.
So moved. Support.
Moved by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Minutes are approved. Next is for the approval of the agenda.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler for the agenda as presented. Any additional discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
My apologies. Yeah. There, on the consent agenda item is the request for the public hearing for, related to the pavilion. And we were wondering if we could have that pulled from the consent agenda, put on the regular agenda, as there needs to be an adjustment in the time that was put forward.
Thank you, Council. Commissioner Wheeler?
I'm happy to make the motion to approve the agenda with the exception of the public hearing for Pavilion Investors LLC Brownfield Plan to be put on new business.
Yes, new business.
New business.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Thank you.
Support.
Good, thank you. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler for the agenda as amended. Any additional discussion? All right, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, the agenda is approved. All right, before we move to our opportunity for public comment, Administrator, you wanted to take the opportunity to make an introduction. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem and Commissioners. coworkers, audience. We're excited to introduce the community and the board and our coworkers to Sharon Brown, our new HR director. Sharon, if you want to stand so folks know who you are. She joins county government with over 20 years of experience in leadership within HR, the financial management sector, organizational development, and fostering inclusive workplace cultures with a drive for strategic growth. So we're excited to have Sharon join our team. She got put through the ringer with about 13, of a panel of 13 leaders across the county, including elected officials and courts, as well as our administrative departments. So put through the ringer, and we're excited to bring her on board. Lots of experience local to the community. So she's a familiar face and knows a lot of folks in county government and within the community. So we're excited to welcome her aboard. And that's all I have for you today. Thank you.
Welcome to you, Director. Thank you for your patience this evening as well. Excellent. Okay, now we're going to move to our opportunity for public comment. So this is a time for anyone may address the board on any topic. If you'd like to address the board, please come to the podium. Tell us your name and where you're from. Please limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Time is displayed, and once your 3 minutes are up, your time to speak is finished. This is a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Any members of the public wishing to make comment? There's a button with a little person on it in front of you that will turn your microphone on.
Good evening, commissioners, council, and county administrator. My name is Francis Balancio, and I reside at 7416 South 4th Street in Texas Township.
And my name is Samuel Noakes. I'm a student at Kalamazoo Central High School, and I live at 2603 Parchmount Avenue.
I am the coach of the Kalamazoo Central mock trial team.
And I'm a member of the Kalamazoo Central mock trial team.
We are here this evening to thank our county commissioners for their approval of the Memorandum of Understanding between Kalamazoo Public Schools and the county for the purpose of providing space for the mock trial practice at the Charles A. Pratt Justice Center. Providing such a space for the Kalamazoo Central's mock trial team proved invaluable for our first place finish this last weekend at the mock trial regional competition in Grand Rapids.
Our team, with its 39-year history, has won more than 20 state championships, which is more than any other team in the country. This next weekend, we will again compete for another state championship in Lansing. On behalf of the students at Kalamazoo Central High School, I say thank you for the commissioner's role in our victories and success.
We are grateful. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing that with us as well.
Hello once again, Kalamazoo County Commissioners. Thank you for receiving our proclamation. Again, my name is Adrienne Zaya. I am the Director of Public Policy and Advocacy at YWCA Kalamazoo. again, just want to extend a sincere thank you. This was an effort that was spearheaded not only by our public policy team, but our maternal, child health, and community health folks at the YWCA, who are really leaning into, as a show of solidarity, efforts across the state and here in Kalamazoo to elevate Black maternal health, not only for this upcoming week in April, but for months and years to come. We are appreciative and continue to look forward to partnering with you all. And thank you, Commissioner Ray, for the recognition to this proclamation. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public? Seeing none. Dina, do we have anyone online?
There are no hands raised.
All right, thank you. We'll move forward at this time for approval of the consent agenda. Commissioner Duluth.
I move to approve the consent agenda as printed with the exception of 2025-210.
Oh, yes, that's right. Yeah, we have a motion made by Commissioner Duluth, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any further discussion? With that, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner Duluth?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales? Commissioner Ray?
Yes.
Chair Strubs?
Yes.
9 yes.
That motion carries. All right, at this time, the board has moved some closed session items we need to attend to. We knew our earlier meeting was going to be busy, so I entertain a motion for closed session at this time.
I move that we meet in closed session with our attorneys regarding the proposed collective bargaining agreement with the Kalamazoo County Sheriff Supervisor Association pursuant to MCL 15.268C.
Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion?
I
Yeah,
think
we'll move them separate. Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner Duluth?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales? Commissioner Ray?
Yes.
Chair Strubs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
9 yes.
Motion carries.
Chair, I move that we meet in closed session with our attorneys regarding the proposed collective bargaining agreement with the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Deputy Association pursuant to MCL 15.268C.
Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Duluth?
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales? Commissioner Ray?
Yes.
Chair Strubs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
9 yes.
Motion carries. Board will now enter closed session.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
there should be one more motion regarding workman's compensation issues.
I didn't have one.
It's not. Yeah, it's on the second page. It's, where is it? Just tell them what to say.
Yes, Madam Chair, the motion would be that this body would enter into closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268D regarding workman's compensation.
So moved.
Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. Any further discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler?
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer?
Yes.
Commissioner Morales? Commissioner Ray?
Yes.
Chair Strubs?
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor?
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler?
Yes.
Commissioner Duluth? Commissioner Gisler?
Yes.
9 yes.
Motion carries. Board will now enter closed session. Thank you. I will bring the board back to our regular session. Commissioner Wheeler.
I make a motion to come out of the first closed session.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That motion carries.
I make a motion to come out of the second closed session.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye.
I make a motion to come out of the third closed session.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All right, we are officially out of closed session.
Now I move to approve the first closed session minutes.
Oh my goodness. Sorry. I lost my train of thought there a second. Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Motion carries.
I move to approve the second closed session minutes.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. That motion carries.
And I make a motion to approve the third closed session minutes.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Motion carries.
And now I move to ratify the total tentative agreement reached with the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Deputies Association and authorize the board chair to sign the successor collective bargaining agreement upon approval as to form by the county's Labor Council.
Support.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any further discussion? Council, do we need a roll call vote?
This is the ratification?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, I thought so. Clerk, please call the roll.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
9 yes.
Motion carries.
I move to ratify the total tentative agreements reached with the Kalamazoo County Sheriff Supervisors Association and authorize the board chair to sign the letter of agreement upon approval as to form by the county's Labor Council.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Any further discussion? Seeing none, clerk, will you please call the roll?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler.
Yes.
9 yes.
That motion carries.
And lastly, I make a motion to approve redemption of all workers' compensation liability as recommended by the county's attorney in the matter of Richard Martinick versus Kalamazoo County in the amount of $140,000.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, support by Commissioner Ray. Any further discussion? Clerk, will you please call the roll?
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales, Commissioner Ray,
Yes.
Chair Strebs,
Yes.
Vice Chair Taylor.
Present.
Does that mean yes?
Okay.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
I think you can vote president.
No, it's considered present. I was looking at the bylaws to make sure that you have to vote yeah or nay. I know some people, some don't, and I'm sorry.
I think I can articulate, I'm not in 100% agreement with this, but I don't want to. I'm going to vote no.
The vote is 8-1. That motion carries. Thank you, commissioners. Okay. Now we move to our unfinished business and general orders. Let's take up first the item we had moved from the consent agenda. It's our number. Thank you, my apologies. All right, we'll go to item 10 is unfinished business and general orders. All right, and entertain a motion or request for approval of the Event Center Financing Program and Assessment District Ordinance.
So moved.
Madam Chair? No,
Council.
yes, that item is not on for a vote. That's for information. Has that you have a hearing scheduled at your April 1st meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. I was just having some difficulty negotiating my civic clerk. So I looked to the printed agenda. So thank you. Commissioner Wheeler.
I guess I'm just a little confused because it says request for an approval.
Yes,
Thank you,
Commissioner.
Administrator.
Oh, no problem, Chair. So Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. So to answer that question, the topic is, so that title is created because of the topic that the board will obviously take up on April 1st. So it carries over until the item takes action on the actual item. And so on April 1st, it'll move to, well, it'll remain under unfinished business. You guys will host the public hearing and then approve that item, potentially approve or disapprove at your desire at the next meeting. So we have to kind of keep it on the agenda to keep it flowing and then until you all take action on it.
Thank you. So we have no motion needed at this time. There's no action. Let me go to Commissioner Ray and then Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. What time is the public hearing?
I believe that one was at 6:35. 6:35 is what we put on there.
It's an odd time. Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. I just do want to uplift that Brian from Discover Kalamazoo is in the audience so that if anybody had any questions, he's here to answer questions if you'd like.
Thank you, Commissioner Wheeler. Commissioner DeLu.
There may be an issue that I caused because I withdrew an item from the consent agenda, but it had to do, I thought you wanted the one withdrawn from the pavilion.
Oh, no, yeah, we did.
So this is something totally, okay, I'm sorry. I thought we were addressing that. Okay.
You're all right. I tried to take that one up prior to this one. That was my error. You're good, Commissioner DeLu. Thank you. All right. Anything else further on this particular item? So we'll take this back up at the public hearing on April the 1st. Okay.
Madam Chair?
Thank you, Council. Yes.
May I, the item that does need to be voted on for a public hearing regarding pavilion is item 2025-210 located on page 9 under planning.
Yes, they've already did it too.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right.
Yes, thank you, Council. Okay, so we'll move to item 11 is new business. We'll take this item up and entertain a motion for item 2025-210 to set a public hearing for the approval of a resolution for Pavilion Investors LLC Brownfield Plan.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair?
Council.
Just if that amendment, if that resolution can be amended so that it reads in the first resolve that a public hearing shall be set for April 1st at 6:45 p.m. Yes, that's why we needed to change it from 7 to 6:45. Thank you.
I am agreeable to that friendly amendment.
So I'm agreeable to second.
Okay, so there's a motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor, to establish a public hearing for Pavilion Investors LLC Brownfield Plan for April 1st, 2025 at 7 p.m. Sorry, 6:45 p.m. Ooh, stepping in it. Okay. Do we have any further discussion? All right. Well, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay. We'll move next to the discussion, the foreclosure prevention funds request.
Chair, I move that we, I guess I should have read this. I move that we allocate $50,000 in the amount to the county treasurer for foreclosure prevention grant.
Motion made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Commissioner Morales. Is there any further discussion? Administrator.
Oh, just really quick, I'm with Commissioner Morales when we talked earlier. I don't think $50,000 is going to be enough, but let's see how this goes. Let's see how it's used, basically. And if it's used effectively, I'd certainly be amenable to more support for this. But you know, I think this is a good. Let's see what happens. What the average amount is, how many people it's affected, and how many homes it saved.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I think administration is probably going to want us to direct that it comes from unallocated general fund. Is that what we need to do, Administrator?
Yes, Chair. So that's part of it, but the other part of it is that so we can do this a couple of ways. So one, we needed to know, yes, unallocated, unassigned fund balance. But then the other part of it is that there's two ways that we can incorporate this into the general ledger. One is by if the county board is desiring to designate this as one-time seed funding, so just one-time funding and not carry it over from year to year, then finance recommends establishing a new enterprise fund with a transfer from the general fund to support the implementation. On the other hand, if the program will be funded annually, then the finance department suggests creating a new department or activity within the general fund to ensure ongoing financial support. So we do need that direction so that finance can set this up properly in the general ledger.
I'm certainly amenable to changing my amendment from unallocated fund balance. My preference on this, that we don't know what this is going to look like. I'm sure that we're probably going to run through problems with legal as far as an county expenditure for this in certain situations. Us administering or granting these dollars, I think that could create there's a lot of things to be worked out. I think the principle of this is good, and I don't think, quite frankly, it's enough. But I'm looking at this as kind of a trial by error sort of situation, and we can see what works and what doesn't work and how we can actually fix it. I think a seed money situation is probably fine, but if we do incorporate 2026 budgetary dollars to this program, I completely understand the finance director's point. It should be a separate fund number.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I concur. I'd like to see some statistics on how this is being done, how much it's saved or helped, and much as the Vice Chair is talking about, we aren't funding the lakefront property overlooking Gull Lake or something like that. But I don't think it will be, but I'd like to see some statistics before I would want to make this a permanent situation. So I think, we can bid, and as long as it's good for the whole county, not just for one entity in this county. So, thank you.
I just a question, whether we move as an enterprise fund, which it sounds like we're leaning towards at this time as seed money, versus the establishment of a new department or activity, does that create a lot of inefficiencies for finance to have to do it through both mechanisms? Because we could establish a department or activity at any time, choose to end it in the budgetary process. So one way we have to do it both ways, or we can establish the department or activity and then we can decide not to fund it going forward in the budget if we so chose. Would that be accurate, Administrator?
Yes, Chair. So I believe that is accurate, but if it is the desire of the board to just do a one-time seed funding, it would be advisable just to create the enterprise fund to mitigate any of that. And then you could fund it kind of sporadically, I would say. The creating the new department and or activity within the general ledger really, programs it for sustainable support financial resources. So we would recommend what we could do and what I would recommend is that we probably establish the enterprise fund with the understanding that we'll go through the 2026 budget process. This probably aligns really well with the budget process and the treasurer's office process, by which they should have some statistics to present during the 2026 budget process so that you all can make an informed decision to then establish that new activity in 2026 and onward. So
I'm seeing Deputy Treasurer, please come forward, Mr. White.
Thank you. For any sort of statistics, if I could just get a list of the sort of things you want to see, just based on the conversation so far, just amount of homes supported, average amount, government unit, general geographic area. If there are more, please let me know. I want to build this now, so that way you always have it. What we presented today was one where identifying info was pulled out and it was as of a fixed point in time. What I've got is something that I update daily and it's just continually used. And so at any given point in time, I want to be able to say, Vice Chair, this is where this is going and the amount supported and what we're looking at for future support. So you all have that in real time or as real as we can get it.
Thank you, Deputy Treasurer. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. Is there any way you can just create a dashboard that we could, so we don't have to bother you, that it's already there, something that we can click on as commissioners to be able to see that daily activity?
I can see where we can build it. Is there a particular drive or anything that they have access to? Does it need to be hosted on the website?
Do we have a shared drive that we could just go in and click?
we would probably, Commissioner, we'd probably leverage our county website and I'll work with Lindy and Communications, our team, to figure out what we can do to support that. So
Commissioner Gisler was next. That's okay, Commissioner.
With all the discussion we've had about lake stuff today, I think maybe we should just test the water on this one.
Oh, nice pun. Good work there, Vice Chair Taylor.
I love Commissioner Morales' idea. My suggestion would be do it in Google Sheets outside the county's purview.
All right. Is there anything further, commissioners? Okay, so
thank you.
So you need from us the direction. The enterprise fund is you have what you need from us, Administrator. Thank you so much. Okay, we'll go next for request for approval of personnel policy update 5.03 paid leave. Wait, sorry, thank you. So we had a motion on the floor, was moved by Commissioner Wheeler. No. Yeah. Who moved? Morales, thank you so much. All right, that was discussion. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Thank you. Now we'll move to approval of personnel policy 5.03 paid leave. Administrator?
Yes, thank you. So what you have before you is a very, I don't want to call it a rush process, but it is. I mean, when the state approves and adopts new legislation, we have to rush and comply. So what you have before you is our vetted labor council's policy on establishing ESTA balances for our temporary and paid, our temporary and part-time employees rather. And so this doesn't have any effect necessarily on our existing full-time employees. As you know, we have as full-time employees paid medical leave, so PML accruals, and that is already above and beyond what ESTA requires. So what I do want to point out, though, is that although we are in compliance with the Act now, what we have fielded concerns from department managers and department heads over the concerns of ESTA, and those we will likely address within the 2026 budget process as we go through plan design for benefit enhancements and just the gambit of policies that we review year after year with regard to leave accruals and that of the like. So just want to kind of put that out there that this topic will resurface later on in the year as we kind of move throughout the year operationally to see how ESTA is implemented within the various departments. Obviously, all departments operate differently, so we want to ensure that ESTA, while we remain compliant, that operationally we're still able to provide the services and the customer service that we're mandated to offer to our constituents. So wanted to just point that out. So what you see before you is a compliant policy, and it brings us into the compliance with the Public Act. Happy to field any additional questions if there are.
Okay, I just have one. So this policy is opting for accrual based on pay period. We're not opting to front load ESTA hours at this time.
That is correct. So the policy that you have before you really is applicable to the part-time and temporary. So you'll see a lot of changes with regard to those two classes of employees. The other employees, so full-time employees now are already receive 20 by the 26 pay periods accruals for paid medical leave. So it's not front-loaded. They just receive it on an accrual basis. Yes.
Thank you. Aren't we required under the law to have the ESTA hours separately delineated so we track their use? Because employees entitled up to 72 hours annually of ESTA, and we have to report that they were awarded and whether or not they were used back to the state. So are we maintaining those hours in a separate bank from the rest of the accrued time that employees receive?
I was going to have Gordon. That's a labor council question, but I believe what he presented to us and what he prepared in this policy is that what we offer. So I believe, if I'm not mistaken, the Michigan Earned Sick Time Act does require you to track it, especially for the part-time and the temporary employees. For full-time employees, it's a little different. Especially, it kind of takes into account full-time employees. It's a different calculus that's required. So I can field that question with Labor Council. I thought Gordon was going to try to jump on. If you just give us one moment. Okay, well, actually, I didn't realize Labor Council had already sent me information in a text. I didn't realize that. So the answer is yes, we are compliant with what we have now. We have to track it for the part-time and temporary employees. We're already in compliance with the full-time employees, and we afford above and beyond what the Public Act requires. Labor Council always also noted that the policy presented and before you today is less disruptive currently, although we know that that ESTA will likely cause some issues within some departments, and those are policies and policy amendments that we'll bring back later on. But this is the least disruptive way, as the act was just approved. Just get it implemented, comply, and then we can make fine-tune adjustments later on throughout the year as departments start to field questions about ESTA and implement it and such. Yep.
Thank you, Administrator. Did you? No. Okay. Right. Seeing no other questions.
I'll move to approve the Personnel Policy 5.03 paid leave to comply with the Earned Sick Time Act.
Motion made by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Taylor. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Okay, that is all of our non-consent items.
Madam Chair?
Vice Chair Taylor.
I move per section 5.9 of the board's bylaws and rules of procedure that Commissioner or Chair Strebs and Vice Chair Taylor be hereby appointed to serve on the Intergovernmental Roundtable Ad Hoc Committee, i.e. COGS.
There's a motion from the floor made by Vice Chair Taylor, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? That motion carries. Council, did you have something else for us?
No, Madam Chair, that was it. Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you. Okay. Find my note. This brings us back to our second opportunity for public comment. It's the time when anyone may address the board on any topic. Like to address the board, please come to the podium. Tell us your name and where you're from. Limit your remarks to 3 minutes. Time is displayed. Once 3 minutes are up, your time to speak is finished. It's a time to provide input in a professional and respectful manner. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? Under Sheriff Greenlee, welcome.
Hi, good evening. Again, I am Michelle Greenlee. I'm the undersheriff at the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Department. I just want to take a moment to say Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, Administrator, thank you for your thorough review and your approval on the matters at the Collecting Bargaining Unit for the Sheriff's Deputy Association, the reopener for the Sheriff's Supervisor Association, and for the Workers' Compensation matter. And that's on behalf of the Sheriff and the Sheriff's Office. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Undersheriff. Is there anyone else wishing to make public comment? And Dina, is there anyone online?
There are no hands raised.
Good, seeing none. That will bring us to the end of public comment. We'll go to item 13, reports of officers, body administrator, and controller. So I'll begin just my comments tonight. It continues to be a tough time for our country and our community. I very much appreciate the efforts of our County Board of Commissioners, our administrative staff, and all of our local government employees, both that serve here at the county and all of our local municipal units, for your work as government employees. That work is about providing services to the community at need. I continue to encourage everyone to recognize the threats facing our country at this time, and exercising our constitutional rights and responsibilities as citizens and residents, to continue to reach out and advocate to our elected officials, both at the local, state, and federal delegation. So one of the things I think is important to recognize is that local elected officials also have access to state and federal elected officials. There's not great access depending on how open they are to dialogue, but there is some. And so if you're living in a community and your local township board, they are also people that you can reach out to and express your concerns about things that you see happening at the state and federal level, and encourage them to reach out to other electeds at the state and federal level to express those concerns. Let them know the impact that it has on you, on your family, on services within your community. Particularly, I would encourage folks to reach out to Representative Huizenga, who represents our district here in the city of Kalamazoo and Kalamazoo County, almost all of Kalamazoo County. My apologies. In Congress, and that we express, what we want to see happening at the federal level. He has a local office in Kalamazoo. You can go in person and talk to his staff people. You can call, you can email, and I encourage you to continue to do that. There are three co-equal branches of government in the United States: the executive, the legislative, and the judiciary. And each of those have a role to play. Congress seems to be usurping its responsibilities in much of what's happening at the federal level, which is a shameful neglect of their duty. There are voices lifting up the concerns of the constituents, and there are others that think they should be ignored. So even if you're being ignored, do not continue to elevate your voice, because this country matters, but it only survives when we work for it. That threat is serious, and it continues to increase. Be prepared as well to mobilize, to protest. You have rights, freedom of assembly, freedom of speech, and be prepared to exercise those rights and understand what they are under the Constitution. People may claim that those rights are usurped or those rights don't exist. There are leaders that claim a lot of power that they don't have. It's a matter of whether or not we as Americans recognize our own power and utilize it. So I encourage us all to do that. And with that, I will send my comments to Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to welcome the new HR Director. Welcome. Thanks for being a part of our team here in Kalamazoo County. Your role is critically important, and we're really looking forward to working with you. Second, the 275 housing units, potential housing units, that's going to be a really big deal if we're getting this across the finish line. That's $65 million in taxable revenue for Pavilion and Township and Kalamazoo County, and it increases our housing stock. 275 units it's a sizable percentage of that. You know, that Upjohn Institute of the 7,000 short. This is one of the first ones in the state that's used under that new Act 312 or Act 3, not 312, 371 or 271. Whatever act it was, but it's new. It's in the last year or so, and it really allows the brownfield to take more of a role, not just in the economic development portion of it, but also in housing as well. And the chair mentioned it during comments earlier. By increasing our housing stock with these new tools, we can focus our millage dollars on the most vulnerable portion of our income. We can lower that AMI for that, knowing that the housing stock can be created with these other funds. So I think that's a really big deal. And then we approved our bargaining agreements with our sheriff's deputies unions. It really helps when we can bargain, when we did the type of things during the budget process with the benefits package that we provided. I think that's a testament to this board, the 4% increase, and then all the different benefits. We didn't look at our healthcare and say, how can we save money? How can we cut costs? We looked at it and said, how can we improve the packages that we're offering to our employees? How do we become more of an attractive place for people to work? And I think if we continue to do that with all of our different benefits package, whether it be childcare, whether it be lowering our co-pays, all these different things are going to get us the type of team that we need in Kalamazoo County to be the best governmental organization, the best county in the state of Michigan. So I'm excited. I think we're moving in the right direction, and I think we had a couple big good wins tonight. So thank you much. And to Bo, if you're still up, I haven't done this at the 6:30 start time, but it's time for bed.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Pro Tem.
Thank you, Chair. I have to applaud this board on the many accomplishments that we have made moving forward, helping Kalamazoo County be a great place to live, work, and play. I had to get that in for Dale's benefit, so that we're back. This county has roughly around 900 employees that take care of the better part of 260 some thousand, I guess, that we have in the county, that come here to work, live, and play. And we try to do a great job with our Discover Kalamazoo and all the things that this board does and all of our 24 governmental units in the county do to enhance and make Kalamazoo a safe and good place to live. We need to thank those employees when we see them, thank them for their hard work and dedication to this county. We need to thank our military folks that protect us abroad, and our fire and police who protect us here in our county. They've been working shorthanded and still managing to take care of us. And our ambulance folks, they're out there taking us to the hospital when we need it. Need to be mindful that we're coming into the season of tornadoes. They had a terrible outflow this last weekend. Some 49 people were killed down south across multiple states. We've had tornadoes here. We had one last year. We had one in Augusta in '78. We had one through Kalamazoo, and a few years later, that killed 5 people here. We need to be mindful that tomorrow they may be doing the testing for the emergency system at 1 o'clock. So don't be alarmed, but be prepared. Being prepared at any time for an emergency is critical for your safety, for your family safety, for your friends and this community. So try to keep that in mind, and I want everybody to have a safe week and a good month.
Thank you, Vice Chair Pro Tem. Administrator.
All right, thank you, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. One of the first things I want to, really highlight is the mock trial effort. That is an effort that was spearheaded by Judge Beckett Jones. And so, because he advocated as a duly elected official, but I say that because we have employees, so employees, constituents advocate all the time, and that's how you get something done. You need to advocate. And that's what he did. He really stuck his neck out there and, offered up his courtroom for them to practice in. So they practice after school hours on the weekends. And he, really advocated on their behalf to allow those students to participate. One of the notes that he actually sent us recently, it was that, the Kalamazoo Central coaches reached out to him and explained that they were competing in Grand Rapids against Ann Arbor community and, a more affluent school district, and they tried to knock Kalamazoo County out pretty early, and it backfired, and they eliminated themselves. And so I can tell you that the 2 gentlemen that spoke up here, and obviously especially the student, they're not like here to play games. They're here to take people out and win, and that's what they do. They win state championships, national championships, and so that's why Judge Jones really advocated for them. So I worked with our risk management team and our MMRMA folks, Corporation Council, to get a MOU in place so that they could utilize the Judge Charles A. Pratt Justice Center to practice, because they're a rock star team. So I just wanted to highlight that. I also just want to provide just further clarification on the ESTA. So just kind of going back and forth with Labor Council. So the hours are already tracked through PML. So essentially PML is going to be akin to ESTA for full-time employees. So that's how we will remain compliant with full-time employees. Again, like I mentioned, we likely will introduce some amendments to current county policy to further just operationalize that and implement it appropriately so that we can ensure financial sustainability. Nonetheless, we're compliant now, and we don't want to be disruptive to current county benefits and accruals. So that's why, for full-time employees, everything's the same. We're just basically extending that benefit by way of our part-time employees and temporary employees. So I wanted to just further clarify that. Like Vice Chair pointed out, we're just extremely excited, and I know Terrell is for sure because he was interim HR director. But with our great team of HR managers, Gene and Lauren, and just the great HR team, but he can now focus on being a deputy county administrator, obviously. But Sharon brings a wealth of knowledge, especially in anti-racism work, DEI work as well. So she's going to be a great partner with our DEI director as we move forward with those initiatives as approved by the board. Wanted to also highlight, as I talk about DEI, but a lot of our department heads really give back to the community. And so I want to just, kind of just touch base on that and inform obviously the board, but the public too, that they share their expertise with the community through training and teaching opportunities from time to time. And so most recently, what I wanted to highlight was our DEI director, Del Darnell, will be delivering DEI training to police recruits, ensuring that they're well versed in a range of diversity issues, particularly those impacting the LGBTQ community. And so it's just one example of how Kalamazoo County kind of transcends various professionals and fields. Another example too is our illustrious finance director, Ryan Post. So recently he has presented to the WMU Accounting Club to pique interest of young people in local government work. As you know, it's very difficult for us to recruit folks in local government work, and especially in the nuanced nature of governmental accounting. So we have, department heads and leaders and managers that are always conducting that outreach to kind of pique interest of young people to join the ranks of county government, because they're going to succeed us one day. And so we want to make sure that we're building up that workforce. The last few topics, parking garage, I'll be brief, but we should have final schematics on that parking garage in about the second week of April or so. So they're really working very hard on that. A lot of that hinges on our master planning of the entire site, but they should have it second week. The next step associated with the parking garage is our desire to proceed with either a construction manager or a owner's rep. And so we have to kind of decide what kind of model we'd like to choose for someone to kind of oversee the project management of that, of the construction of the parking garage. So that'll be our next step. And so we've been meeting with Vice Chair, and Vice Chair Pro Tem with Fishback, the architectural engineering firm that's helping us out on this project to, kind of figure out what we want to do with regard to those next steps. The pension adjustment discussion is tentatively being scheduled for April 15th. So I just met with the proponents of that discussion today, this afternoon. And so they're trying to garner their availability to see if they can come in and present to the board. And so we'll work with board leadership to get them scheduled. But tentatively, we're looking at April 15th for them to come down and present. And actually, that appears to be it. Oh, the last item, I guess I will say, because we have the CIE presentation, what I would anticipate what we would do if the board desires, we would bring forward an ARPA agreement, because this is ARPA funding that would guide that process to award funding to Griffin Place to implement that CIE program in the amount of $200,000. And that can have all the reporting requirements built in so that the board can understand and contemplate how that is benefiting that area of gun violence prevention and intervention. So that's all I have at this time. I was just reminded too, in terms of the parking garage, I know that we do have the building authority that will also serve a role in that as well. So nonetheless, that's all I have. Happy to answer questions.
Vice Chair.
Thank you for adding that, the building authority, because I really would like to see the building authority have more of a role in this and not an owner's rep that's taking a large amount of money from counties and trying to sell us parking spots.
Vice Chair Pro Tem.
I would echo that, but I'm also questioning the 15th of April. Isn't that tax day that you're going to have? Just thought I'd throw that out there.
Good. All right. Thank you, Administrator. Commissioner DeLu.
Well, just as an alumni of Kalamazoo Central, I just want to say very proud of the debate team. They've always done well over the years, and they started 39 years ago, which was way after I graduated from there. But it was very nice to hear from them tonight, come in and thank us. But And on a personal note, this Friday is my last day after 41 and a half years of being a police officer, turning in the gun and badge. Although I feel like I could do it forever. Arthritis is setting in. And Treasurer Whitener tonight said something about being 70 and being a senior citizen. So I guess it's time to hang it up. Thank you. I'm 70.
No way.
Thank you for
I
all
have a
that
uniform
service,
medal for sure.
Commissioner Kistler.
Thank you, Chair. I have no comments tonight. Very unusual, I know. You know, Dale's been beating on me about age.
You've had it for the night. Thank you, Commissioner Kistler. Commissioner Mazer. Okay. Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So echoing Casey, I was there taking a law class in 93. I know that's dated, but 1900s. You wasn't born, Abby, don't rub it in. But back then, we had a great instructor, and it produced folks like Attorney James Liggins, as we know, and he was a part of that team. And I've spent some time with Judge Jones, and I know he also travels to Michigan State and deals with their mock trials. I'm saying all that to say that I'm happy to hear that our department heads or chairs go out into the community. A lot of times, where I can remember as a youth, only education, being a teacher, a lawyer, a doctor were like the things in the grab bag. And I think when we learn about different positions, like nobody was talking to me about public administration or public health, like different things that I could jump into that I am passionate about, that there were subcategories that, you know, could make your life better. So I'm happy to see that we are engaging with the youth. We need it. I'm glad CIE came forward because, I mean, we just had someone get shot in the head last Saturday. Well, this weekend from it's nothing to do in Kalamazoo, and we have to change that. I'm excited about the arena. I know we got, you know, things that we have to wash through, but outside of that, there is nothing for our youth to do that don't have the means to have extracurricular activities, and we need to really change that. What else do I have? It's Women's History Month still. We're still rocking the Sisterhood Month. And as our illustrious chair mentioned, contact your representatives. Like everybody is feeling the pinch, regardless of how you voted. Everybody is feeling a pinch right now. A lot of folks are nervous, and it's hard to prepare for the unimaginable. I mean, we've seen 40,000 workers get laid off. All of the above, and that I mean, we haven't felt that pinch yet, but it can come sooner than later. So as she mentioned, reach out to all of your representatives, not just Huizenga, but our U.S. senators that represent Michigan that are not making folks happy in whatever way, you know, throughout this period. So in reaching out to us, it's only so much we could do. I'm having constituents reach out, but I mean, our gavel is Kalamazoo County. So proud of the work that we're doing, the strides that we're taking. And I am happy about that development, but not so happy about 80%. We gotta do something about that. So with that, have a good night.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Thank you, Chair. Fun fact, Mr. Balancio, who presented as the mock trial coach, was my bus driver through middle school and high school. So Mr. Balancio is a great man. Very proud of that mock trial team. That's really, really cool. Huge accomplishment that they've made. So it's really cool to see our community members and especially our youth do something so empowering. Like Vice Chair said, I'm very excited for 275 units to go into this county. There is a shortage in housing, but in particular, there's a shortage in affordable housing. And I hope that we can continue to work with our housing department and create some more affordable housing in that lower AMI area where it's really needed. So other than that, have a great night.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for your work. With that, we are adjourned.